Hello, my name is Professor Kevin Hilton. I'm the Independent Chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I am based at Leeds Beckett University, where I was head of the Research Centre for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, and more recently the Interim Pro-Vice Chancellor, Culture, Equality and Inclusion at the University of Sussex. The Race Equality Commission is a non-partisan strategic assessment into the nature, extent, causes and impacts of racism and racial disparities in Sheffield. Working with 24 commissioners from the Sheffield area, we conducted a series of short, focused hearings over 6 priority areas for the city. These included business and employment, civic life and communities, crime and justice, education, health, sport and culture. In May 2022, we will be presenting the findings and recommendations for the report that will be made available to the public on the Sheffield City Council website. This is the Civic Life and Communities Hearing, Part 2. Janet, I wonder if you could just make a short statement about your submission and just its key points, just if you could just keep it brief, before I invite commissioners to have a dialogue with you. Before you do you think you could just state your name and your organisation and the capacity you're attending today? And also if you could say whether you had a hand in the writing of the submission.
Yeah,
and welcome to Suzanne as well. Yes.
Hello, I'm Janet Sharp. I am the Director of Housing and Neighbourhood Services at Sheffield City Council, and obviously the lead for the delivery of housing services within the city for the council. We have provided today a small snapshot of the breadth of information that we have available that we believe that could help the Commission, and happy to share more of that detailed information later this week, if that would help with the final report. The breadth of housing obviously is very broad, and what we have done is provide a snapshot to discuss here today.
Thank you very much, and we would welcome any additional information that you might have that we would find useful, and there may be some things that come out of the questions today where we might follow up. So thank you. Could you, or Suzanne, could you introduce yourself you can just briefly?
Yes, of course. I'm Suzanne Allen. I'm Head of Citywide Housing Services for Sheffield City Council. So I work with Janet. Janet's my director, and I'm lead for a number of the areas of housing that we're responsible for, both strategically and some of our operational services that you may be particularly interested in. For example, rehousing, homeless services, older people's independent living. There are examples of what I do working with Janet.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to both of you. I'd like to invite my colleague Shruti to speak with you. Shruti, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin, and welcome, Janet and Suzanne. I'm Shruti Bhargav. It's quite a few years since I've seen you, Janet, but you remember me. I'm an independent consultant. I also chair a BME housing association in Leeds, Unity Homes and Enterprise. And I'm a former manager of Sheffield Homes, and I was a board director there and committee chair for several years before Sheffield Homes went back into the council. So welcome both of you, and thank you very much for coming. I've got quite a few questions and we haven't got very long, so I'm going to please ask you if you can be concise. if that's okay. So can I just start with some of the stark data on race inequalities in the city? And I'll just read a couple of things out. 15% of Black, Asian, minority ethnic communities live in overcrowded housing compared to a citywide average of 5%. Overall, 38% of Sheffield's BAME communities live in areas amongst the 10% most deprived in the country. This is from the 2011 census data, so things the figures will be different now, but those are really stark, and housing has a role in that. So I want to ask you, how well do you understand the housing and wider social needs of Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities in Sheffield? And do you have a strategy to tackle them?
Yes, certainly. Certainly. In terms of housing in the city, we operate on a number of levels. We have a number of key strategies, all of them with recognisers, you know, how easy or what the needs are of the BAME communities, and also all recognise discrimination. And obviously that plays itself out obviously in some of the data that we have. We do have a number of key strategies which have a very, very strong focus on this, particularly our housing strategy, you know, the housing that we need for like the city, the quality, the type of homes, our homeless strategies, our older persons independent living strategies, you know, and also our engagement strategies. You know, how can we make it easier to be able to work collaboratively with our communities, and particularly with our BAME communities, to be able to influence how services are delivered, and also the type of homes we need in the city, where the gaps are, what we're short of, and also location is incredibly important for obviously for the community, in terms of, you know, being able to access a home that suits needs in their area. So what we do is we work both strategically, both at a city as well as a council level, and also nationally, systematically and operationally, but also those regulatory responsibilities to make sure people are living in a safe, good quality home. What we do have in the city is a significant shortage of affordable housing. And that obviously is one of the key priorities for the council at this moment in time, and with our partners, to make sure that we have the range of homes available for in the areas where they're needed, you know, for obviously our most disadvantaged. And we recognise that sometimes the housing offer isn't good enough, and also being able to access that offer sometimes can be problematic. And so that's why we're trying to engage, obviously with communities, to be able to make sure we understand what is needed.
So I did have a read of your housing strategy, actually. I could only find some headline information in there referencing housing inequalities for diverse communities. Have you got anything in depth? Have you got an in-depth housing needs analysis which delves more deeply into communities? What steps have you taken to find out housing needs? You mentioned engagement, so how have you involved residents and partners?
Yeah. So certainly what we can do is, and we provided a strategy update in 2018 that was quite a comprehensive piece of work in terms of, like, obviously getting under the data, so that we'd got an update of our housing strategy, which at that time obviously was a few years old, and we're presently working through our new housing strategy. So obviously making sure obviously that we've got that up-to-date information. What we've also carried out in 2019 is something that we call our strategic housing market assessment. and that involved quite extensive surveys, data analysis. It was something that obviously we did with external partners to arrive at a picture for the city in terms of some of those gaps in provision, and also to look at particularly the BAME community, in terms of the housing needs that is needed. So that can be something that we can provide if that would be helpful for the Commission.
I think it would be helpful to provide those detailed pieces of work. I mean, just to say a couple of other things. I mean, you used to have a BME housing strategy. 2003. It's due to be refreshed in 2006. So I think we're interested to know what happens to the objectives and actions there. And in your submission, everything you've provided is at an aggregate BAME level. Now, as we know, housing needs vary across different communities. There are different experiences and needs of newer communities, more established communities, different ethnicities. So it'd be useful to understand if you examine that and if you have anything around that. But is that okay? Perhaps we could move on, but if you can provide that information, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just sort of picking up on some things I read in the strategy as well as what I know, of course, as a chair of a housing association. But housing, it can be a gateway for wider support for tenants, social and economic regeneration, place shaping, really transforming an area. So my question is, how do you join up with other parts of the council and partners to regenerate the most deprived areas of the city, which, as the statistics tell us, is where our BAME communities are concentrated?
Yeah, well, certainly what we do is obviously we work as one council, and we obviously that's why we have those key strategic priorities, and our strategies. So, so along our strategies, we work with our health colleagues on we have our supported housing strategies, our care strategies, working obviously with the council's sort of economic plans, and also working with our locality teams at a local level in communities. And obviously, the voluntary and community sector, obviously will provide some absolutely critical services in our communities. One of the things that we did introduce a few years ago for our social housing was our Housing Plus model. And that involved obviously officers working on a patch-based work with households in our community, with a clear focus to understand exactly what support we can provide for those households, and also how households want to actually access services, know what's going on in their communities, and how we can help those individuals and join the dots in terms of the provision that they are wanting and want to access. And what we do is obviously come together with all our analysis. So it isn't just the housing analysis, it's the analysis that we bring together, and that does inform how we invest in our communities, how we regenerate those areas, how we look at the types of accommodation and the environment that is needed in our communities. Obviously, we have got shortages of certain types of accommodation in the city. We've got a significant shortage, as I say, of affordable housing, of older persons housing. Half of the council's housing stock is flats and masonettes, and that is where you will see from the data is that obviously you've got a distinct proportion of people from the BAME community obviously living in flats and masonettes. And so one of the things that we have been doing is making sure that we understand what that feels like, by talking obviously to our tenants, and also, how we can then use that to further develop our services. And we're not saying that obviously this is all we find. There is a lot of work for us to do as a council on this agenda. And obviously, we're keen to play our part in that. One of the things as well that we also have been doing is, a considerable amount of work following the Grenfell tragedy for people living in high-rise living. And we are working, obviously nationally as well as locally to ensure that all our tenants and residents understand and feel supported in terms of the information that they need to be able to make decisions should any fire occur in their blocks of flats.
Okay, thank you, Janet. It'd be really helpful to see some of those strategies.
Yeah, there is there's some detailed reports we can provide.
Yeah. So, I mean, I did look through your submission, and the data you're referring to in terms of where the AME people live, it's not conclusive, I think, at all. Actually, kind of looking at it, so I don't think you can draw any singular conclusion from what we've got in front of us. But it'd be good to have that more detailed analysis. So thank you. Can I move on to talking about access to housing? Yeah. So in your submission, you reported that 50% of your tenants in Burn Green and Shire Green are from the AME community. Now, why is that? My question is, why is that? How have your allocation policies and practices contributed to such high concentrations of the AME people in the most deprived areas of the city?
I think what we have, as mentioned, we have got a shortage, and what we find is that when properties come up for reletting, is that they tend to be in certain areas, and I think that's really why we're trying to increase our council housing stock, and we've got a programme around about 3,100 to do that, and also working with our housing association partners and also our really good private landlords in areas because we just simply don't have the level of accommodation that we need to be able to meet the needs of all people who obviously are a priority for us, and with those obviously protected characteristics. So our allocation policy, we've got a clear strategy in terms of making sure that that process is fair, and also that it is suitable and enables people to be able to access the accommodation that they need. So in terms of both that assessment, in terms of how we award priorities, how we recognise people's individual needs, and also to try and match individuals with the right type of accommodation that is available. Now, one of the things that we do as part of both our high support housing services and our neighbourhood services is where we have we're delivering that housing service, and we know that we have larger proportions of people from different backgrounds, is that we have invested and also have actually recruited people and place people who've got languages that lend themselves to those areas. And I think within the neighbourhood teams, by introducing our Housing Plus model, but also to encouraging people to work for the service, and also, those who've got, really good language skills, is to try and make sure that we're obviously helping to place those people where they can be better supporting this, the BAME community.
Okay, thank you.
And again, we can provide the information about the Housing Plus, how it works in practice, how we target resources.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thanks, Janet. I'm assuming you're still running the choice-based lettings process.
We are, yes.
Have you ever done any evaluation of that to examine how easy it is for different BAME communities to access housing through choice-based lettings, and any evaluation or assessment to look at how it might contribute to race inequalities and concentration of people in certain areas of the city? Have you done any assessments?
Yeah, if I can hand over to Suzanne, I think Suzanne might be able to provide a much more detailed response on this.
Suzanne, would you mind just the commissioners just explaining briefly what choice-based lettings is?
Okay, so choice-based, we don't have a housing waiting list, basically. We have a system where people register for housing, say they're interested in social housing, provide us with all the details, and then they can bid for property. So they express an interest really in a property that's available, and that can be a council property or a registered provider property where we have nomination agreements with them, and we do have that in place. So basically, the idea is that people choose where they would like to live as far as possible, but it's only within the available stuff that's coming up. And that's the issue really, that you do get areas where you get more churn, and less popular properties are going to come up more often than the more desirable ones in terms of size of the property, the type of accommodation it is. So basically, choice-based letting is a bit of a funny name really, but it's the government name for how people tell us where they would like to live, albeit that's a limited choice. And then people are, so they bid, and then they are the best match basically. So it might be length of time they've been waiting, and they've got a priority. And in Sheffield, we pretty much would say about 75% of our properties are initially earmarked or reserved for people who've been awarded a priority for housing, which could be for any number of reasons, but the biggest ones are homelessness or housing and health reasons, needing to move. You mentioned overcrowding earlier on. That's one of the priorities that people might have reasonable preference to move for. So that's how it operates. And basically it's all online system, but we do give support to individuals who need help with that. That could be directly from our own officers, or it can be through other services that are working with people, so that they are, and we have as well as the online service, we recognise that's not always appropriate for everybody. We still operate our property shop so that people can come into Howden House, get help from one of my team if they need that, to show us basically what they would like and how far we can match their needs. Now, there's often a big mismatch between what people would like and need and what we've actually got available. So we also advise them on the other options. So in terms of us recognising your question about how CBL may either be an opportunity or have barriers within it, that's really pertinent for us. And we happen to be doing review work now on our allocations policy, but also how we implement that through choice-based lettings. And so that is a really important and pertinent point.
Because CBL's been going for nearly 20 years now, hasn't it? And so it's absolutely, you know, we would absolutely expect them to have done some kind of impact assessment in terms of inequality, as well as examining barriers. So has anything happened in the last 20 years to evaluate CBL at all? Well, has there been an evaluation? We're just doing it now.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Have you done any evaluation impact assessment over the last 20 years, or is that just happening now?
There have been reviews previously, and we can find that information and provide it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Suzanne, and thanks for explaining that so clearly, because if you don't know about it, it can be a real mystery, can't it? So, I want to ask about private rented sector accommodation. So, you know, as we know that one of the housing inequalities nationally that's widely recognised is the level of BME people in private rented accommodation, quite often poor quality, contributing to health issues, and that's been a big factor in the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on BME people. Now, according to the 2011 census, there's a greater percentage of BME people in private rented sector accommodation, 33%, compared to social housing. That's really a sharp contrast to citywide averages, where there are far more residents of social housing than private rented. And actually, when you compare BME to non-BME, 33% BME people in private rented sector accommodation, 10% of non-BME residents in the private sector accommodation. Why is that?
I think it's a challenge. I think in terms of where people want to live, I think where people feel that they belong. Obviously, where the council doesn't have the accommodation or access to the accommodation that they would like to see, what we do see is large areas of the city where our BME obviously communities, choose to live. We do have, the majority of landlords in the city are very good and work obviously closely with us, but there are aspects of very poor quality private housing in the city. What we find in some parts of, and we've got, quite a range of accommodation in terms of private, and particularly private rented. You've got some areas of, small terraced, very older to century sort of properties, and then obviously city sort of high rise, more modern, and everything in between. One of the things that we have done recently is we have done a private sector housing quality and stock condition survey to understand stock conditioning in the city, and we've also put more resources into our private sector housing regulatory team, to be working particularly in predominantly BAME communities, in terms of making sure that the homes that they are living in are safe, and also that they understand the support that is available if something isn't quite working with the landlord. And we have mechanisms in place, because sometimes it's really difficult for a household to complain about the landlord, fearing that they may lose their home. So I think,
Janet, would you mind if I interrupt? I suppose what I really want to understand is, why is it that so many more BME people have ended up in private sector accommodation and have not had the same level of, where, in contrast to non-BME people, where when they are turning to social housing as an option, why is that? I mean, that is, I know it's historical, but it's resulted in the city we've got today.
Yeah, and it can be, it can be for a range of things. Families do obviously congregate into certain areas where they've grown up, where they're wanting to live. We have, we have historically, we have always had areas of the city which are more popular and provide the range of homes that people need. There is a lack of council-owned homes in some of those areas. So therefore, the choices are, owner occupation or actually private rented in those areas. And often, there is infrastructure, obviously, in some of those areas that makes that's a more supportive environment. One of the things that we have been looking at is that range of properties and access to accommodation, but also to make sure that the standards are right in those areas. But what we do have is obviously people have choices of where they're wanting to live. And as Suzanne mentioned earlier, we haven't got, as a city, all the accommodation that we need in the right places. And actually people will go to areas where they believe they feel comfortable with, they can settle there, and where their support network is in place.
Okay, thank you, Janet.
Can I just draw your attention to time?
Yeah.
So can you consider your last one or two questions, please?
Yes, I was about to say we're going to have to speed up because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Traditionally, housing has been a place where there are many Black, Asian and minority ethnic staff. Both your evidence and strategy don't reflect on the leadership and staffing diversity. Do you know how well the AME staff are represented in your service compared to the diversity of the city? And where are they in your area and leadership structures? And I know you've mentioned recruiting people for language skills, but BAME people have other skills too.
Absolutely, and this is a challenge, not just obviously for the council, but for for lots of organisations. So in terms of within my service, in terms of the numbers of main staff, we've probably got round about 15%. But it does vary between the different sort of grading structures within the service, and that varies considerably. And particularly one of the challenges that we do have is people who enter the organisation, who enter the service, obviously at that entry level, and how we can help them to succeed, to become those managers of the future. And one of the things that we have recognised is, do we make it easy, for people to apply for jobs in the council? We're trying to be that flexible employer. How do we recruit, and particularly where we're trying to attract people from BAME communities, to make sure that they know the jobs that are on offer. We can provide additional support and help to be able to encourage applications from those communities into the job opportunities that we have. It is something that the council is looking at.
Okay, so Janet, you're talking about entry level, but there have always been lots of BAME staff. Where are they in your hierarchy? Where are they in your
right? Well, in our senior, so our chief officer grade, we've got trying to think. We've got within my service 14%. It then varies as you get. Manager level is particularly small. Within the mid-range grades, it ranges between about 10 to 17%.
And then at the top grades, when you say small,
the chief officer, so we've got a gap at the manager levels.
Okay.
But mid-range, we've got obviously between about 10 to 17%, and at the very senior level, I have a number of heads of service. We have obviously, we've got that around about 14%, but we don't think that is good enough. We need to be reflective of the communities that we serve. We certainly need more people from the BAME communities to be working for the council, to be working in housing, to help us to be able to support our communities, but also to make sure that they can relate to us as an organisation.
And I can see there was something posted in chat from Aljit Kaul about what is the mid-range salary and recognition.
One of the things we can do, if it would be helpful, is to break down our sort of grades, our typical grades and salaries and the percentages. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, that would be good.
Send that through.
Obviously there's a question about how people progress, but there's also your area-based and occupational structure.
Yes.
There are people there, and
yes.
How does that impact their career progression too? I mean, you talked about recruiting people for language skills. Is that all they end up doing, or do they have the same opportunities? There are some of those. There's a lot to unpick, isn't there? We're not.
No, not at all. We have a workforce strategy. We have a career progression. We employ a lot of apprentices, as a service, and there are large numbers from the BAME community in our current cohort of apprentices. We support them all the way through the organisation, through career. We actively, through our workforce strategies, have those clear pathways for all our employees, and any further education that they want to take part in, as well as our ongoing training and development. And we want people to be the leaders of the future.
And you talk about the BAME community, but there's no such thing actually.
No.
There's many different ethnicities.
There is, yeah.
You go into sort of examining representation, I think it's useful to have that information too. And you used to have a Black Workers Forum. I don't know if that's still going and role. And it'd be good to know a bit more about that. My last question, if that's all right. So I want to go back to BME tenants in your submission. So, and the graph you were talking about earlier, actually. So it's noticeable in that the last bars showed that there were around 12% of the AME tenants that had been tenants for more than 30 years, which was significantly higher than about 7% for white British. Now, maybe you don't want to answer this now, but I think it'd be really great to probe that, to understand the areas that they live in, what ethnicities at level, the reasons for the length of tenure, to examine what's going on in that case. And, you know, I think probably true of all those parts. We talked about younger tenants earlier and older tenants, but I think we haven't got time for you to answer that question.
Right. And if I could just say, we will provide that information, but I just can finish that. What we have done over the years is done a huge amount of work to understand all of the breakdown of our communities in terms of, because that helps us to make sure that we're providing information and they can access services. So you will see from some of the tables, you know, that we've, you know, got like 95% of information from our customers, and actually, you know, the languages that are spoken, as well as obviously those protected characteristics. And that really helps us as an organisation in terms of, you know, how we deliver our services, you know, and to make sure that we're providing the best possible service for our customers. So, but we will provide the detailed information.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask one very
Shruti, no, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. We can't go any further. We have overrun, but I do appreciate Janet and Suzanne offering to furnish us with further information, which will just clarify exactly what we believe we've agreed in this session, and then through Adele and the Secretariat, we'll send you another email just to with a few bullet points of things. Yeah. And if there are any additional materials you think would be useful, if you could attach those, that would be fantastic. Yeah. Ian, hello. Kevin Hilton here. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
It's good to meet you too. Ian, are you and Peter? Oh, hang on. Right, Peter just giving me some extra information there.
I'm with Ruth with the Community Foundation.
Okay, and Hazel is also with Ruth. Okay, so Ian, Peter, Hazel, and Ruth, welcome.
Can I just say something, Kevin, please? I'm soon going to be retiring. I'm going to be retiring on the 1st of July. So I've invited my successor, a woman called Megan O'Ree, and I think she's in the waiting room as well. So I thought it would be prudent to invite her as well.
Yes, okay, sure. Ian, Adele, could you let Megan in, please?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. So just whilst Megan's being let in, I'm going to hand you back to Adele. All 5 of you now, just to go through some preliminaries. Apologies for this slightly tardy start. We did overrun and a little bit in that first session, but hopefully we can catch up in this session. So Adele, thank you.
Okay. Good morning. I'm just going to take you through a little bit of context of the Race Equality Commission before we start. So, as you may know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. It was established to work on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the 2nd day of the Civic Life and Communities hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a final report published that will be submitted for action to the key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you here as witnesses today to talk about and to share your insights into the terms of reference for the Commission in 5 key areas. These areas are racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think may be of use to the Commission; knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related frameworks and duties; any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector; any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe to be the best ways to reduce racism and racial inequality. As witnesses, you're required to act in good faith, and by appearing here, we're assuming that that is so. For all those in attendance, can you note that the hearing is being recorded and will be made available afterwards? Only commissioners will be able to ask you questions, but any papers or non-confidential evidence that you've submitted will be available in the future on the Commission's website. Can all in attendance note that, can you wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can all invited guests and commissioners introduce yourself before speaking? And can commissioners add your questions in the chat to me and I'll send them on to the chair. And now I'd like to hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele, and welcome guests, Ruth, Peter, Hazel, Megan, and Ian. I am joined today by commissioners from the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. You'll be able to see them all around your screen, and shortly I will be inviting some of them to speak with you. Before we do, Ian and Ruth, I wonder if you could make a short statement about your submission, and just if you could just offer us some of the key points from your submission before I then invite questions. Before you do, could you state your name and your organisation and the capacity in which you're attending today? And could you just let us know what part you played in the writing of the submission? So, I'm speaking right now to Ian and Ruth, if that's okay. Ruth, would you like to go first? Ian, who's going to get their mute off first?
Well, I'm off mute already.
Okay, Ian. So if you can go first, and then Ruth.
Right, good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name's Ian Drayton. My job title is the Partnership Manager. I work for SOAR Community that operates across the north of Sheffield. And I suppose the most significant piece of work we do is we run a social prescribing service across the piece, and we have kind of relationships with 21 GPs across North Sheffield. We're also the lead body for 4 community partnerships in the north, and we subcontract a significant amount of the resources we get to our community partners, ranging from organisations down in Burngreave up to High Green and Burn Cross, just to give you a flavour for who we are and what we do. I think in relation to the submission, well, I wrote the submission, and I got some of my staff to dig out some of the kind of information. And I suppose what I was trying to do with the submission was really to think about what we as an organisation can actually do. How can we actually make a difference? So for me, which I think is the point I made in the submission, I don't think we need to go around looking for evidence about racial discrimination and all that kind of stuff. For me, it's a given. It always has been a given. So why we're still asking that question is kind of beyond me, really. I think we should move beyond that and start thinking, well, what can I do as an individual to address it? Yeah, what can my organisation do to address it, and what can organisations across the city do to address it? I'm more interested in delivering change than actually getting sucked into detailed analysis of data and all that kind of stuff. So you end up having paralysis by data, and we don't actually do anything about it. I think the one thing that was interesting for me that I learned from actually writing the report was about the work we did working with the Sheffield Cohesion Framework dating back to about 2015, where we spent a lot of time, as I outlined in the paper, about trying to ask questions around cohesion, discrimination, and the like. I looked at the level of diversity on the board since 2015 and found that it had increased since 2015, since we started having a focus on cohesion and discrimination and the like. So I was really amazed by that, because we didn't consciously set out to achieve that as an outcome or an output. For some reason, it seemed to be a consequence of doing that, and maybe part of the culture of the organisation and the way we work with people. So we did not set ourselves a target about increasing the diversity of the board. That just seemed to happen. And I don't think it was by chance. We must have been doing something right. And if I could work out what that was, I'd bottle it, and I'd just give the bottle away to other kind of people. I think the the other thing that kind of frustrates me about this whole debate is, so for example, it's like going back to the gender thing. There was a requirement on some companies to publish the gender pay gap. And so many companies across the country said, we can't do that, it's too difficult. But we did it. I think our finance team did it in about 15 minutes. And so when I was writing this submission, I did something about the diversity pay gap. And I think it took a finance team about 15 minutes to work out that kind of data. And it's contained in the submission that we make. And I think too often, organizations per se, particularly large ones, say it's too difficult to do something, rather than actually just accept, well, if we're going to do something, well, we'll put the resource there, we'll prioritize that as an issue. And I think there's a lot of kind of abdication of responsibility by a lot of organizations. I think it'd be really interesting to know in the local authority what's the level of diversity that they've got. And the other large organizations in the city, including the manufacturing businesses, including the universities, the Health and Social Care Trust. I mean, I think we've been looking at our kind of diversity data over the past kind of 4 or 5 years, and we publish it annually in our social accounts, particularly in relation to staff. We produce the same for the kind of client demographics as well. So we've been very much focused on this. And I suppose one of the things we took the opportunity last summer, particularly with the profile that was generated by the Black Lives Matter movement, we tried to develop a program within the organization about, well, what can we do about that? And I think one of the things, the key things that came out of it.
Sorry, Ian, Ian, before we get into some of those things.
Okay. I'll shut up now.
We'll come back to you, and hopefully you can continue telling us what the key things were there. But I'd just like to get a brief summary from Ruth before handing over to one of my colleagues to see if we can prize out some of those key points that you were talking about. So thank you very much, Ian. We'll come back to you on Ruth. Could you give us could you introduce yourself and give us a brief summary of the highlights from your submission?
Okay, thank you. Thanks for inviting us as well. I'd just like to say my name is Ruth Willis. I'm Chief Executive of South Yorkshire's Community Foundation. We cover the whole of South Yorkshire, but a substantial amount of our funding goes into Sheffield. Approximately 43% of our funding goes into Sheffield. We've been around since May 1986, so we've got 35 years that we've been in operation. And fundamentally, what we're here to do is to support community groups with grant funding to help people who are facing hardship and disadvantage, and those working to improve communities that they live in. So what we're doing is we're connecting up donors and donors' money, which can come from a variety of sources, including the local authorities, health, but predominantly it comes from individual philanthropists or people who want to give locally. And it's very much about giving locally to local solutions and tackling local issues, so around deprivation, disadvantage, poverty. And what we do is we act as the connector for those funds. So we have a substantial amount of money which is called Endowed Funds, which is at the moment 12.3 million. And the activity that's generated on those investments we give out in community grants. And in addition to that, we run national programmes of activity and also local funds as well. So we've just recently done NHS Charities Together funding, which was £668,000, and we managed all of that, negotiated the objectives and advertised the grants, and have been working to do the assessments. So we do things like that. During the recent floods in 2019, and also during the COVID pandemic, I know it's not still over, but in the sort of height of the pandemic last year and the beginning of this year, we gave out I was just checking, 3.7 million pounds worth of grants were given out. Sorry, start again. Yeah, 3.2 million pounds worth of grants were given out during that period. So substantial amounts of money that we've actually managed recently, which is a very powerful position to be in, I have to say, as a funder. So, we're very aware of that dynamic as an organisation. We do a 3-year vital signs report. I didn't actually send the Commission a copy of that. I know I sent quite a lot of documentation, but that we do a 3-year vital signs report where we look at all the social needs and priorities within South Yorkshire. We do break it down by the 4 areas as well. And we do surveys and focus groups, and we do those focus groups with a wide range of people from different communities, and we offer telephone, Zoom, or face-to-face meetings when we're allowed to identify the social needs year on year. We do that as an organisation. And we also recently set up the South Yorkshire wide funders meeting, which initially had a real focus on Sheffield, and then we broadened it out to include the 4 other areas to try and bring funders together to work together collaboratively. Because what we find is that a lot of the money that goes out through funders, we're funding the same groups for the same things, and we're all doing it independently. So we've come together over the last year, and that's chaired by myself and a colleague from the National Lottery Fund. We alternate it, and but the foundation does all the administration for that. And we saw that was really important to try and channel resources into the right areas, and particularly around Black and minority ethnic communities and other communities as well, who were getting less funding and had more barriers to getting funding. And we've been addressing those barriers, and we've done a number of events, invited speakers to those meetings to talk. And we've also just recently we've actually we're collecting a number of videos from particularly Black-led organisations for them to talk about what they do to raise the awareness of that meeting. And we're going to run those videos at the meeting and invite those groups along to talk about their work, but talk about particularly the barriers that they experience to funding, so that all the funders are at that meeting, of which there's about 35 different organisations there, national and local. So so things like that we've been doing, but obviously that's getting into a bit of detail. And I also circulated to an example of one of the case studies that we've done with the African Women's Group in Darnell, who also Halima sits on one of our panels. All our panels are run by volunteers, and we've been doing a lot of succession planning to make sure that those panels are as diverse as they can be, making the decisions, because again, that's quite an important part of what we do. In addition to that, we run a SciFab service, which I'm not sure to get Pete just to speak for a minute on that, if I may, which I think is we're the only community foundation in the UK that run a funding advice service. So I don't know if Pete could just. So I'm trying not to take up too much time.
Sorry, yes, Ruth. Before we bring Pete in, and Pete and Hazel and Megan, if you could introduce yourself when you respond to a question, that would be fantastic. And also, I would just flag up to our guests that on occasion you may see some things coming up in the chat.
Right. Okay,
no, sorry. You don't need to respond to those. They will come to me, and then I will bring people in as and when. So you can just focus on what you're saying and responding to the questions you're asked. Okay, so you don't need to respond to the chats.
All right, because I was going to say I
you don't need to.
Right, okay.
No, you don't need to respond to. No. Okay.
It's just an interesting point that's been raised, actually, which I would
absolutely, but there's going to be lots more.
Refute, actually, but anyway.
There's going to be lots more, Ruth, as we go on. So don't be distracted by the chat, and we'll bring those questions in as we go along. I'd like to bring my colleague Sonia in to speak with you. Sonia, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Thank you, Professor Hilton, and a warm welcome to Ian and Ruth. So yes, my name is Sonia Gale. I currently sit on the board of Breast Cancer Now UK and Steel City Schools Academy Sheffield, and I'm also a mentor and coach for Women on Board UK. I was actually born in Sheffield, in the Pittsmore area, and I left Sheffield in 1980 and have recently returned to find it very different, in some ways improved, in some ways not so improved, if I can put it like that. I've worked in financial services, and my specialism is board governance, social inclusion and risk management. So thank you very much for sparing your time today. I know we've lost a little bit of time. I don't know how we are. Are we still working, trying to get back that time, Professor Hilton?
Well, you just if you just work to the deadline that we have, and then we'll see where we are.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
So I think just in terms of time, if Ruth is okay, I'll ask a couple of questions of Ian and giving Ian an opportunity, and then we'll focus on Ruth and her team, and And obviously, because I think we've got more questions for Ruth, we'll give Ruth most of the time. So Ian, if I may, just turning back to your submission, and you provided, obviously you've spoken very eloquently about the work that SORA has done, not waiting to be told, but actually, you know, taking some of the lessons from the cohesion framework, and you've effectively improved your board diversity since then. I guess when you talk about overt racism and patterns in Sheffield, do you believe that individual levels of racism are a key issue for community services in Sheffield, or is it more structural?
I suppose based on our experience, I just think it's through conversations that we have with clients, or indeed I had a conversation with someone who works in a local shop, who's from a diverse background, and he was telling me he used to work in a newsagent shop or something like that up in Parsons Cross, and it was just a regular occurrence for him to be racially abused. And I think there's a lot of the reasons why that doesn't get reported. I mean, I think in some of the stuff, you have to report it as a hate crime or something like that. People don't like challenging it, yeah, who are racially abused, because they just makes the whole situation more awkward. They never feel potentially that they're in a safe space to be able to challenge that kind of abusive behavior, and that can be kind of endemic, I think. So my experience is at that kind of local level, at that face-to-face level. There's a case study I mentioned in the submission about housing. I think it was Pakistani schoolgirl who was doing a work experience with them. She was getting racially abused at a bus stop. So their solution to this challenge, yeah, was just to move her somewhere else, not to look at challenging that racist behavior that she encountered at the bus stop. You know, so if our organisations can't get their act together to challenge stuff, you know, there's no hope really of us actually being able to progress and move this forward.
You talked. Thank you for that, Ian. You said a little bit around the work that you did on obviously the gender pay gap and how easy that was, and the way that you were able to leverage that to do your ethnicity pay gap. Do you think this is a sort of generational issue, or in terms of the analysis, or do you think this is simply just good practice and something which can actually reap great rewards for organisations?
It's tricky to answer that. I think one example of the BAME pay gap at the moment within our organisation, because I'm now moving on, white British, and Megan's coming on to replace me as dual heritage, I think, if that's the right phrase, then all of a sudden that data is going to fundamentally change. So for small organisations, yeah, small little changes in staff can significantly skew the figures either one way or the other. And also with Megan coming in, because she'll be the highest paid person in the organisation, the gender pay gap will change. So for small organisations, you can't place too much reliance on that information, but nonetheless, it gives you a steer. But I think for larger organisations, yeah, where changes in turnover won't make that much change, you should be able to get some real kind of key knowledge and data from that. And I go back to my question about large organisations in the city. What are they doing about publicising that, and what the hell are they going to do if they've got a challenge there? And that is within their control, and that's why I get so frustrated. Quite often it's smaller organisations that grasp the nettle, and larger ones, because of their size and their organisational inertia, they only do it when they're pushed to it, or they recognise there's a commercial advantage to be had.
Okay, and just picking up from that, I mean, obviously that's sort of within your own organisation, but I guess looking at the levers that your organisation can pull with regard to third-party organisations that you work with, or who are your suppliers, how have your procurement processes, for example, have you found a need to tweak those to ensure that you're being inclusive and that you've got a good mix, a good diverse mix of suppliers in terms of all communities?
I don't think we've had a need to tweak it. We have a kind of our subcontracting supply list is largely made up of all the community partners that we've got. And as we kind of cover Burn Grieve, there's a significant number of organisations, BAME organisations there, and they were part. I must admit, one of the things I would like to do now when I go back to the ranch is to look at the amount of subcontracting we do and think about what proportion of that money, proportion of organisations, go to BAME organisations. But I think that for me, that creates a challenge for me in my head. If we put the money through a BAME organisation, if we just measure it, the amount of money that goes to BAME organisations or the number of contracts that go to BAME organisations, that seems to be suggesting that it's only the BAME organisations that actually work with the more diverse clients. So I think that's a really tricky circle to square, really, about how can you make sense of that? And I think that's a bit of a dilemma. Is it about BAME organisations, or is it about people accessing services, or is it the both? And how do you balance understanding what that data is telling you?
I think that's a really powerful point, and it's something that it's been a theme coming through a lot of the hearings, because we hear about community groups, but when you dig down, they only appear to be serving specific portions of a community. And then you have organisations, and we're seeing that more post Black Lives Matter, which are now saying that they focus on BAME. But actually, when you look at these organisations, they have no BAME in their leadership or amongst their executive team. And yet, in some cases, they are actually taking grants and funding that might be better spent by a BAME-led organisation. And I think, rightly or wrongly, there is a view that a BAME-led organisation is better placed to serve the needs of a BAME-specific community. But yes, you've accepted that there's more work for your organisation to do in terms of identifying your funding process and how you align your procurement. Is it fair, and are you covering BAME organisations, however you define them?
Yeah. Whether
they are BAME organisation that serve a BAME community, or a BAME-led organisation that serves a wider community, which would include BAME but others as well.
I mean, we quite often come across clients who are concerned about accessing services from some of the BAME organisations because they're going to be too well known. They prefer the anonymity of going to another organisation, and that's more common than you'd actually think. So that was kind of surprising when I kind of found that out, really.
Okay. And then just one more question, Ian, if I may, before I turn to Ruth. I mean, you talk about meeting personal and community needs. Can you just give me some examples of good practice in this space?
Well, I've got a great
story. Are any.
I've got a great story to tell that I'd hope I could weave into this. I think it was about last November time. Abdul Shaif, who's the chief exec of ACT, sent me an email and copied Gulnaz in, asking a question about there's an opportunity for a postcode lottery bid to put a bid in. Should we do something jointly around that? So anyway, the three of us met, we wrote a bid over about 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. We arranged to do a video, we submitted it to the postcode lottery, but unfortunately we didn't get it. But because I kept the city council in the loop about what we were doing, making a guy called Colin Havard aware of that, the local authority came across, I think it was in December, an opportunity to put a bid into government office. So they knew about Colin knew about what we did. He said, is it okay if we use your text and use your financial model to put that forward to government office? So I checked it out with Gulnaz and Abdul, and they said that was fine. Cut a long story short, that ended up levering in £300,000 into the city for a community champion kind of project, focusing particularly initially on vaccination and COVID safety and all that kind of stuff. And the end result of that was we got the gig to coordinate it. Resources went to Gulnaz's organisation, ACT. It went to SACMA. It went to Burngreave Library. It went to Flower Estate Family Association, Longley Four Greens. It went to Shara Community Forum, and it went to Darnell Wellbeing. So just because of that initiative that was inspired by Abdul, we've ended up leaving 300 grand into the city for a project that's proving to be excellent, very well coordinated. But I would say that because we've got a woman called Hannah that's doing that. So I think that's a very good example of where if you work with people, you can do some really great stuff. And I said at the time to Gulnaz and Abdul, I don't think this time's been wasted writing that bid, even though we've not got it, because it's been excellent working together. you develop relationships with people by doing stuff with them. Yeah. And that's what develops the relationships, and that's what helps to break down barriers. And we were very, very fortunate. It wasn't wasted because we ended up delivering 300 grand into the city.
That's excellent. Thank you, Ian. Ian, if I may, I'll turn to Ruth, and then if we get time at the end, I may have, or one of the other commissioners or Professor Hilton may have some more questions for you, but thank you for now.
Okay.
So turning to Ruth and your team, Ruth, thank you. We did go through the submission. I also took the opportunity to download your impact report for 2020.
Oh, good.
Just looking at some of the evidence, I noticed that your the Who We Are document, and obviously confirming what you said earlier about the work of the Community Foundation, supporting community groups with grant funding, etc., and helping to improve the communities. I'd be interested, I think, just picking up on some of the themes that we've had with Ian, to understand how the foundation ensures, I guess, sort of fairness, or if it feels that it has a role to ensure the fairness and equity of the grant funding process, really to ensure that Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic community groups are not missing out. And I guess also a similar question around your own procurement process, and if you think this is working well and is proportionate in respect to BAME-led suppliers.
Right, well, on the grants, I'll bring Hazel in to talk about, because we obviously gave you, some breakdown of quite a bit of data, and we do monitor some of the data. I think we needed to explain it probably, so I'll get Hazel to do that, because the way we monitor isn't necessarily done by ethnic group in the same way. We have a particular database that we use, which we are trying to develop to get it much more focused on be able to pull out the sort of data that we'd like today. But I mean, we have our own sort of grants policy committee, who are board members and also grant panel chairs who aren't necessarily trustees, where we do look at our grants policy. I think particularly we're always looking at it, but I think the last couple of years, because of the changing nature of the whole, what's been happening in the UK, we've been looking much more internally about what we're doing and how we're responding. And I said part of that was getting together the Sheffield funders meeting as well, to try and look at that in collaboration, because the foundation needs to sort of look at these issues in collaboration with other funders, but we are probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, local funder in South Yorkshire, so we do have a lot of responsibility. So we've been looking recently at one thing we've done is we've refined our application form, which used to be in 2 parts. We've put that into 1 part, made it less complicated, if you like. We've also not continually ask people for the same information every time they apply. If we've got that information on the database and it's reasonably up to date, we will take that information to stop people having to constantly feel that they're this onerous thing and barrier around perhaps applying for funding. I said we've tried to look at different ways, whether we might be able to take a video application instead of people having to fill in an application, and looking at all different ways in which we can do that. We've done webinars to advertise our funding, specifically targeting particular groups of people in particular parts of the community, to try and make things more accessible. And I think particularly over the last few years, because we've given out millions and millions of pounds over the last 35 years, so we're very sure we do have a clear responsibility, and we're also working with the National Lottery to start to do some more analysis across all the funders of all the grants that we're all giving out, so it's not just the foundation. So just that. So I just wondering, in terms of about some of the detail, whether Hazel, you might want to come in, answer that question. I can come back to the procurement one afterwards.
Yeah, I thought I'd just explain the table that was included in the submission. There was a table looking at ethnicity of beneficiaries, and this was related to our 2 programmes that are really as a result of the pandemic. So there's the two programmes are the COVID response and recovery and the COVID resilience programmes. And I just wanted to sort of explain how we collect our data in regards to that. So the table actually shows a breakdown across South Yorkshire. and Sheffield shows how the sort of the number of groups that have actually indicated ethnicity of beneficiaries. So, so what we do in our application forms, which are, as Ruth has just described, there online, we do have like a sort of drop-down tick box for applicants to actually indicate who their primary beneficiaries are and their secondary beneficiaries. So this table just sort of looks at the groups that we're working with and who they're actually looking at as in their primary and the secondary groups. And overall, there's like it's around 63% of grants do actually have gone from this programme, have gone to primary and secondary beneficiaries.
But is it fair to say that obviously the applicants are not necessarily BAME-led organisations, and of course there's no, I'm assuming that there's no tracking post-funding to actually assess and ensure that ultimately the beneficiaries were BAME?
It's something that it's not included in our application process, is actually looking at whether those organisations are BAME-led. It's something that we have done a sort of snapshot last year, and we looked at, but we had to do it sort of manually. So when we get an application process as part of the due diligence, we do look at how the organisation is, whether they've got 3 unrelated directors. We do check on Companies House, Charity Commission, but that's something that we don't do, and it's something that we've actually flagged up with our UK Community Foundation, because the process that we use for our application process, it's part of a UK process with all the other networks of the foundations, and yeah, it's a bit clunky and it does need improving. So something that we are looking at doing with the UK CF is actually improve the way we are collecting data. And
apologies, this is not intended as a criticism of the foundation.
No, but
just
yeah, it's something. Yeah, it is
that,
something that we need to improve the way.
Well, I think everyone needs to improve, because there's definitely been a lot of focus on. You know, we've seen the furore over the Ignite issue and Sheffield archives, which we weren't going to hear. But I think that even the Charity Commission and others are now flagging up concerns about organisations chasing funding that is apparently earmarked for BAME beneficiaries. But in fact, there's no evidence that BAME beneficiaries are actually receiving the benefits. And in many cases, the organisations making the applications are not BAME-led. So I'm pleased to hear that the foundation are now looking at this with a view to looking at your due diligence in this space.
We do also, Sonia, we do look at people's constitution. I mean, the one thing about the foundation is we sometimes get accused of being a bit bureaucratic, so we've been trying to de-bureaucratise ourselves, if you like. But one of the things we really look at, we do look at the constitution. We do check a lot of checks that other funders don't do to make sure you know, the robustness of the organisations applying, but equally that what they're saying they're going to do, they are going to do. And what we then do is we do a 12-month follow-up with them to make sure the money has been spent, and we do check with them the beneficiaries and who that's gone to at that stage as best we can. So we do a follow-up, and that's when we normally talk to groups about getting case studies, and which we then give the case studies to our current donors as part of our donor reporting. And what we've tried to do is increase the diversity of our donors. That's another thing that is on our action list. But equally, you know, at the end of the day, it's the donors' wishes as well. But what we do try to do is not to get them, and we wouldn't take on a fund that specifically didn't include all groups, because you know, sometimes, you know, if somebody came to us and said, I do not want to fund groups with disabilities, we would not take that donor on, you know. So, you know, or we would try and talk to them and try and bring them round, and that's why we do our vital signs research and other research on the ground to get donors to fund things that are needed and not just things that they think they'd like to fund. But obviously that's, obviously it's their personal money, so we have to, not all instances, but most instances. So it's important for us to have that information that we can then use, if you like. But we are aware, from what Hazel said, it is a bit clunky. I mean, one thing we did this analysis of our small, which you haven't got actually, because I just asked my colleague to do it yesterday for the meeting. We do have a small grants programme, which is authorised by myself, doesn't go to the panels. And my colleague there did an analysis there, and we did actually look at the group itself as well as the application. And we found that 56% of those were, and this is grants up to £600, either had Black and minority ethnic as a primary or secondary target for their funds. But we look back at the group itself to see, the composition of that group and that came up as 56% for Sheffield. So those ones, obviously, some of those smaller grants are working perhaps a little bit better than some of the larger grants, if you like. So we know we've still got some work to do on that.
Ruth, if I may, just two more questions, and then I'll hand back to Professor Hilton. Just talking about groups, I mean, obviously we haven't really talked about the Roma network, and I think there is a general perception that, as a community, it does look to be very underfunded and potentially undervalued. And I know we have the Roma network in Sheffield, but I don't know to what extent the foundation has had any specific dealings with them, or any of your funders, whether this is an area that you're focusing on.
I wouldn't say we particularly are focusing on that as a particular issue. I mean, we have done some research for the clinical commissioning group, their integrated care system, on particularly around the Roma community in terms of health needs. And what we also do is we offer a sort of research service as a foundation, and we've done some deep dives into that for them a few years ago for them to get information. So as a result of that, we did actually develop quite a good network with the Roma community, because we different groups, and we have had some applications. I'm not sure how, I'll have to go back and check that and see if how successful they've been. But we have actually, through our network as a foundation, because we've funded thousands of groups, and we fund between 300 or 400 in a normal year groups a year. In the last couple of years it's been a lot more than that. So we have a very large database, and we have a lot of contacts, and through the work that Pete does with funding advice, we have a network of funders who don't even apply to the foundation, and Pete's team are giving advice about other funders, and we've got that facility. So so we're very conscious that we can do those deep dives for other people, and we do research.
Yes.
And again, that helps us develop our understanding and awareness, because we need to constantly be doing that, increasing our awareness and understanding of the communities we're working with. One, because we've got that donor relationship, we need to get new donors, but equally when we're running national programs as well, to make sure that money is going to the right places as well. So that's really important for us. I mean, I don't know if it would help just quickly, Pete, if you mentioned some of the groups you've worked with that maybe weren't necessarily recently, just in response to that question from Sonia.
Yeah, if that's okay. Yes, I mean, we found particularly during the sort of the early stages of the pandemic, when it was really, keeping people alive and delivering medicines and doing absolutely crucial stuff, there was a number of groups that were just doing all kinds of things, food parcels and all the rest of it. I mean, there was one group in Darnell we did a lot of work with, who ended up actually getting 3 different grants from the foundation over the last year. They got 2 emergency COVID grants from us, which was a fund that we were getting through the government. But they've also more recently had one of our community grants, which is for local donors. And certainly, I mean, I would echo with the foundation. We're a separate bit in that we give just funding advice, so we're not part of the grant giving. We're funded by Sheffield Council to do that. And our aim basically is to work with the groups that face the barriers to funding and help them overcome them and help them make the applications. So it's a gap with us as well that we don't record Black-led organisations, and we're going to start doing that, because as you say, it's an important measure, I think, of making sure that we're getting to the right people. But certainly my work is very much those that are facing barriers, who don't know where to start, who worry that they don't know the buzzwords and all that sort of thing. And it's helping them over, it's confidence more than anything, that people just need, no, this is for you. You can apply to this fund, tell them the story. You know, they don't want to hear fancy management speak. They want to hear what groups are doing.
Yes.
So a lot of my work inevitably ends up with groups that are facing, you know, a lot of barriers, and a lot of those will be the BAME groups. But we need, as I say, you know, we need to keep a record of the ones which are led by the BAME communities as well, to make sure we're on the right track.
Yeah. Peter, if I may, I think there's, you know, it's great that a lot of this great work has been done, particularly off the back of the experience of COVID. But I guess, you know, as an observer, you know, the foundation has been going since 1986. And I know that you've said that during 2021, you want to better understand and survey via video the experience of BAME organizations and groups. But I guess the question for me is, arguably, why is this knowledge and depth of understanding not already available? And, you know, it seems that it's taken something as awful as COVID to really focus everybody's lens. So I'd be interested to understand, in terms of the survey work that you're doing, Ruth, are you using a BAME-led organisation to manage that for you? How is that process going to operate?
Well, what we're doing is we're currently developing. I mean, we have, this is something that we haven't just been thinking about during COVID. I just think that COVID, sadly, has been a catalyst for a lot of this debate, including as well, as Ian mentioned, you know, Black Lives Matters, but it's always been there. I mean, I, you know, went to local government in the 1980s. I was dealing with these issues then. And, you know, like Ian, I still sit here sometimes and I'm very sad that we're still having this discussion, you know, because it's something that's always been very dear to my heart and is very dear to the foundation as well. So sorry, I've been getting into sort of personal issues, but I'm just saying, you know, it does seem a shame. But what we're trying to do now going forward is we're trying to do some more co-production, if I can use that expression, around our funding. And we're just developing, instead of, because a lot of our funding goes to a whole range of different areas of activity, it's, you know, and actually measuring the impact of that is very challenging, and actually drilling down in the way that you've talked about is quite challenging, considering, you know, as an organisation like Ian, we don't have a huge resource. You know, we are a relatively small staff team. Not that's often that's an excuse. I'm just saying that, you know, so we are very quite complex organisation. But what we're doing is we're going to be developing a theme fund around employment and employability, particularly with young people. And for that one, we are specifically going to make sure that that is going to people, young people, vulnerable young people, but people from marginalised and disproportionately disadvantaged communities. And we've made sure that's gone in, and we did do, Hazel led a consultation exercise with 15 organisations in that space to co-design that programme, and we're going to hopefully be launching that in October when we launch our next Vital Signs report. So that's something that we've done before, but we're thinking moving forward, trying to be more progressive and more inclusive, if you like, and equitable. We felt that was really important, and we're going to continue that as we move forward. But we do have an ongoing, you know, dialogue with our groups. A lot of community groups sit on our grants panels and make the decisions, you know, and we've increased the diversity of those panels, but we've got a lot more to do there as well. We've got a new chair who's just started with us, first woman, 35 years of the foundation's history. She's going to be, has a particular experience in EDI, and she's going to be looking at the board of composition, the diversity of the board. So, you know, as a foundation, we're trying to move forward ourselves, and we feel the co-production ways is a way of doing that. We've a number of groups who were at that meeting were from Black and minority ethnic led and deliverers to that community. So, you know, it's to make sure that we're targeting the right areas, and our money that, you know, we do have quite a bit of is directed into the right areas, because that is what the money is for. You know, it's not to fund particularly affluent areas or groups that are doing quite well. You know, it's there to fund particularly groups who are struggling or or who need to be sustained, because that's the problem as well, is sustaining organisations that are doing good work on the ground.
Yeah, thank you, Ruth. I'm going to hand over to Professor Hilton. I would want to talk to you about the BAME representation on the Foundation's board and executive leadership. I know Shahida is one of your trustees, but I think that's something that we can follow up separately. So over to Professor Hilton.
As I say, we're very lucky. We've got a new chair. She is, only started in May, and she's already made a number of changes, and has a background in EDI from a former life. So, that's something it's on our agenda for our trustee meeting in June. She's off with that. So, and I'm sure she would welcome some input from the Commission as well, because she knows we're doing this, and she was very supportive of us obviously doing this. So I'm sure any input from that would be very welcomed.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. We're slightly overrunning, but I'm going to, if you can just indulge me for a few more minutes, that would be fantastic. I'd like to just bring in two commissioners to ask follow-up questions. The first is Yen, followed by Shruti. Yen has a question around accountability, and Shruti has a question about sustainability. So Yen,
hi there.
Could you introduce yourself and ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Yen Fong Ling. I'm an artist and senior lecturer at Sheffield Hallam University. Ruth, I just want to pick up on your point about accountability of funding being spent as proposed. Can you tell us what the process of this is for your organisation? And I ask this because some funders can relinquish the responsibility, giving funds in good faith, but what measures and checks does your organisation ensure that the effective and direct spending of the monies that they said they've proposed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's two sides. There's a sort of process-based stuff, and then there's a sort of more qualitative stuff, isn't it? I don't know, Hazel, did you? I can answer the question, but I didn't know, Hazel, did you want to talk about the sort of checks and balances that we do? And I'm quite happy to come in on that.
In regards to the application process, I think you may have gathered that we have an online application form, and which is also available from our website. So we have a Salesforce sort of grants management system where applicants complete the form online and submit it. And as part of the application process, the fund managers go through a process of sort of due diligence and sort of initial assessment. So with this sort of due diligence, some things that we look at, as mentioned before, group should have 3 unrelated directors. Their bank account should be in the name of the group. We do sort of checks that they might be on Companies House if applicable. And we also sometimes, depending on the programme, ask for a reference. If we don't know the group, we might ask for a reference as well. Or if we sometimes ask for additional information, just to make sure that they've sort of answered a particular question or criteria. So, and then that information then gets submitted to our decision-making panels, which we've touched on before. And then, again, depending on the programme, then funding can be prioritised or it's awarded. Again, it depends on whether those applications are scored. So, supposed to give an example, we have a social enterprise exchange programme where that we do go through a scoring matrix for those grant applications. Ruth, do you want to talk a little bit more about the sort of accountability side of things?
Yeah, we do an annual donor report to all our donors. Every single donor gets a donor report. For some of the larger donors, we do have a face-to-face meeting. And what we do is we talk to them about how their investment is going, the financial element of it. And then we talk to them about the social impact of their report of their money. Now, to be honest with you, all our donors are always more interested in what impact their money's having, which is really good actually, because it's not, doesn't feel, you know, they give because they want impact. So what we do there is we do case studies based on the grants that have been given out for their fund. We would also talk to them about some of the activities around, you know, the particular beneficiaries. We would look at that with them, and then they would also want to look at perhaps groups that they might want to fund in the future, and then see how do they feel that the groups that we're funding hit their expectations. So we do that on an annual basis with all our donors. We don't have complete always face-to-face meetings. Obviously the trustees are ultimately responsible for the expenditure, but because we're very clear that the decisions, most of the decisions are made at the panel. Some of those donors do have what we call donor directed funds, where the panel makes a decision and recommends some groups to them. It's very, very rare, because they like to see, you know, be a bit more hands-on. It's very, very rare that they don't fund from the recommendation of the panel. The panel is made up of community representatives, and 1 or 2 of our trustees sit on those panels as well, because they have to ultimately sign the decisions off, but they are made up of a range of community representatives. And that was seen as an exemplar by our membership body, which is UKCF, United Kingdom Community Foundations, when they did. The other thing, in terms of accountability, we do have to be quality accredited as a foundation. We can't operate as a foundation. And it's not just like investing in people. They look at our business strategy all the way through to our staff makeup of our staff, our board. They look at our HR policies, all the policies that we've got. And it's a very thorough accreditation. And they do look at our grant making processes, where our money's going, who we're funding. So, you know, we have that accountability, which is sort of like an external check and balance every sort of 3rd year. So
is there anything that focuses specifically on EDI and has a sort of independent role that sits outside of that?
Well, we used to, a few years ago, we did have a task and finish group. We run sort of task and finish groups internally, so task and finish, and this is never something that finishes, but just to focus on, to look at where our grants were going, but also to look at our internal, the makeup of our staff team and our board. And we actually did an analysis at that time, and actually, it proved to be that our target of our grants was actually reasonably good at that time. Subsequent to that, we've developed our own EDI action plan, and it's not just an internal plan. What I've done is I've split it into external actions and internal actions, short, medium and long term. And a lot of that, some of that is this issue about co-production of funding, you know, looking at funds, more targeting of funds to disproportionately affected communities, about continually increasing the diversity of our our staff, our board and our volunteers, but particularly around collaborating with other funders as well. So we do have our own plan that we've had for some time, and we're developing that all the time to make sure it's current and that we're not missing anything. So we have that which was monitored by the trustees and the staff team.
Sure. And one little tiny question.
Sorry, Jen, I'm just looking at time.
Okay.
And I know it will be a good question as well. I can feel it. But I would really like to just bring Shruti in, and Shruti, the question needs to be really concise, because we only have a couple of minutes. I would love to give the commissioners a short comfort break before the next session. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm Shruti. I'm an independent consultant and the chair of the Housing Association. So it does seem that the organisations, the AME organisations, lack quite a bit of power actually here, and they're very dependent on you as funders. Can you please explain how your allocation of funds and subcontracts support the long-term sustainability and development of Black, Asian and minority ethnic organisations? And that's to anybody who wants to answer that.
I think one thing I would say though, what we have done, and we didn't do it before, and we've done it, is we're now starting to give multi-year funding. And when we were very lucky during the floods, we managed to procure match funding from the MHCLG. So our flood fund doubled up to 1.3 million. And what we've done is we piloted some multi-year grants. So they started last year and will be for the next 3 years. What we've done as well with the South Yorkshire Resilience Fund for COVID, we made those multi-year grants as well. Working with NH Charities together, those grants are over 2 years. Our themed fund, which we're developing for October, will be multi-year grants for 3 years. So it's trying to make sure that we're not just funding a one-off and not walking away, because we don't, because we have lots of funds that people can apply for. You know, people can actually get 2 or 3 grants in a year. It's not depending on what they're applying for. And we will continue now that practice. So we're hoping that will help to build in some comfort and support to people. So if they do get a grant, they know that they've got that grant that can do some planning, and then they can come back and they can get support from SciFab if necessary, South Yorkshire Funding Advice Bureau, and Pete can help them. And equally, we're with social enterprises, we're developing which Hazel in a substantive role leads on. What we're doing there is we build a package of business support around that person, free support, so that they're not just getting the grant. In fact, the grant is the minor thing. It's about support and mentoring. And the foundation also is developing a mentoring service as well, which we hope to launch later in the year. And we're going to specifically sort of target Black and minority ethnic groups who may need support across the piece. And that will be using senior business leaders who want to give back. So we're developing that and hoping that will go through our trustee board at the end of June. So we've got some things in place that will help to try and to support organisations in different ways other than just funding, because sometimes it is about helping someone to develop their business plan. It can be marketing support, which can be quite important for particular types of groups, IT support, that sort of thing, you know, that people may need. Social media is obviously quite important as well. So that's the sort of things we've got planned for the next sort of, I would say, 12 months.
Hello, Claire. Hello, Grashda. Thanks for your patience. We've had some sessions that have just slightly overrun, but that says more about the kind of depth and quality of the conversation than my tardy chairing of the sessions, I think. But welcome, Claire and Rashda. You can take your mute buttons, your mute off. Before we get going, I'd like to hand over to Adele Robinson, who leads the Secretariat. She'll go through some housekeeping before we get into our conversation. So Adele, thank you.
Hello, still good morning. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the context of the Commission before we start. The Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racial inequality and racism in Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the second day of the Civic Life and Communities hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there will be a report produced that will go to stakeholders for action. The Commission has invited you here as witnesses today to give your insight and share your knowledge of the 5 key areas of the Commission's work. And these are racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think may be of use to the Commission; knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related equality duties and frameworks; any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector; examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism and racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best ways to reduce racial inequality and racism within the city. As invited witnesses, you're required to act in good faith, and by appearing here, we are taking it that you are doing so. Can I say, for all those in attendance, can you note that this hearing is being recorded and will be available afterwards, but only commissioners will be able to ask questions. Any papers or minutes or anything that you supplied that isn't confidential will be made on the Commission's website afterwards. Please note, anyone in attendance, can you wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can commissioners and invited guests introduce yourself before speaking? And commissioners, if you've got any questions, can you send them to me privately in the chat function, and I'll send those on to the chair. And now I'd like to hand you back over to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele, and welcome Claire and Rashta, and welcome back to the commissioners for this session. Claire, thank you very much for your submission. I wonder if you could make a short statement about your submission and just some of the kind of key points that you raise. Before you do, could you introduce yourself and your organisation and the role that you play within it? And Rashta, when you get to respond, if you could introduce yourself, that would be fantastic. So Claire, over to you.
Okay, well, thanks very much for inviting me. I hope you'll bear with me. Rashta and I thought that starting off with some input of lived experience from somebody who's given me permission to share their story would capture what we think are some of the critical issues that we think we want to talk to you about. It'll only take me a couple of minutes, but I'm just going to tell you this story, which is that...
Sorry, Claire, before you do, could you just introduce yourself?
I do apologise.
I do apologise, Chair. Your organisation.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Claire Lotter, Chief Executive of Citizens Advice Sheffield.
Welcome.
So this is somebody who recently contacted Citizens Advice and who we're advising. Sajid is a 43-year-old married man with 3 school-age children, and he's developed serious health problems, so is unable to work. He contacted us via our Urdu language line, and he wanted help with his welfare benefits and debt problems. He and his family are suffering serious hardship because although he's got universal credit, he claims universal credit, something we helped him with. He's subject, his family and him are subject to deductions from what is only a minimum income. Universal credit is a minimum income. And the reason why he's got these deductions are these. The first is that his wife is subject to no recourse to public funds, and so their family's income does not include an amount of universal credit in respect of her, £184 less a month. The second is that the family have 3 children, and there's a 2-child limit for universal credit, so a further £236 deduction from a normal award per month. He's also got a £20 deduction from a previous overpayment of carers allowance, and the family, him and his wife, are trying to save up the fee to apply to extend her visa, and that will cost almost £2,500. And then on top of that, so £440 a month that this family are facing as a deduction from universal credit. And on top of that, we know that the temporary uplift of £20 a week for universal credit that was introduced last April by the government, there is no guarantee. In fact, more than that, it looks highly likely that's going to be removed by the end of September. And Rashta and I thought that this gave you just a flavour of what we think is some of the issues that communities are facing. Not easy things to know what to do about, but we do have some ideas about some of the things that we can do locally, because of course many of these issues are national, that's national government policy. So just briefly moving on to setting the context for what we've talked to you about. So we're a fairly diverse organisation, Citizens Advice Sheffield, and we have a number of different services that we run. But I think the area that you will be the most interested in is our Sheffield Advice Services, and that constitutes about 60% of our overall work. So in our Sheffield Advice Services last year, we helped 27,000 people thereabouts with each person we helped with about 3 issues. And of that, of the clients helped, 28% told us that they were from a Black, Asian or minority ethnic background or community. Not surprisingly, because most of the work that we do, 71% of what we do is around people who are facing financial insecurity. It's around welfare benefits, debt, food poverty, fuel poverty, and so on. And I think you would expect that us to help people in the poorest areas of the city. And when we look at the profile of where people come from who identified as BAME clients, it is broadly in the most deprived areas of the city. You would expect that, so Burngreave being the highest ward and so on. But there is a little bit of divergence from our normal picture, and certainly over the last year we saw an increase of people coming from Nether Edge and Sharrow, places like Walkley. We think that is linked, when we look at our statistics, we think that is linked to the very sudden spike in employment problems for BAME communities because of COVID. And I think that I'm sure that commissioners will already fully understand that COVID has had a disproportionate impact on Black communities, and particularly communities that were only just about managing financially pre-pandemic, and the pandemic has pushed people into crisis. So that really leads us on to something about the impact of the pandemic, and the pandemic has hit people who are financially insecure, people in poverty. It's increased poverty levels, and again that's had a disproportionate impact on Black communities. And as the temporary measures that the government introduced back in April are gradually withdrawn, for example, at the end of May, the protection against eviction was withdrawn, and that particularly impacts people who live in the private rented sector, and that particularly impacts Black communities, who there's a higher proportion of Black communities living in the private rented sector. So we can see an emerging picture of greater pressure and increased levels of financial insecurity, and coupled with other issues that Rashta will talk about around some of the barriers that people face, the immigration and asylum issues, and how difficult it is to get the right advice. So I know that's rather a speedy whistle-stop tour through, but I'm mindful of your time, and with your permission, I think Rashta would be able to add some depth to some of the issues around immigration and asylum issues that we also help with.
Thank you. Thank you, Claire. And Rashta, could you introduce yourself before you say something about immigration and asylum?
Yes, of course. So good afternoon. I think we've just turned into afternoon to everyone. I'm Rashta, and I'm a member of the immigration team at Citizens Advice Sheffield. I'm actually one of the newest members of the immigration team. I've worked in the legal aid sector in asylum and immigration for nearly 15 years now. So I've got a good appreciation of the specific challenges, who our client group are, etc. So in moving to Citizen Advice, in terms of who we work with, we're mainly working with people who are from a Black, Asian or from a minority ethnic background. We do actually assist most recently, obviously, with the EUSS settled status scheme, EU citizens as well. So there is, a wider client base there, but mainly it is people from minority ethnic backgrounds. And the people that we are assisting are mainly very vulnerable. And the biggest issue for our client group is the fact that there is like uncertain immigration status. And that actually has a direct impact on some of the things that Claire has talked about, such as access to welfare benefits, lack of housing support, problems trying to access NHS support, and the fact that it is disproportionately affecting families. And what that translates as, it can be harder for women, especially, to address issues of domestic violence. They may end up in trafficking situations, and a high level of mental health problems as a result of trying to juggle everything. Now, in terms of, I'm going to move on in terms of what kind of advice is actually available within the sector at the moment. So there are two regulatory regimes, one being solicitors' practices being regulated by the SRA, and all other organisations who are regulated by the OISC. Now, there is a gap in there in the sense that anybody who doesn't hold a legal aid contract, for instance, private practice solicitors can actually practice in immigration and without being regulated, so to speak. So that does cause problems in the sense that there can be poor quality legal advice, and then trying to remedy those at a later stage becomes much more difficult if a client has had poor quality advice at an early stage. Okay, so in terms of the levels of regulation, so OISC, we have levels 1, 2, and 3, and we find that there is charitable organisations that do try to fill the gap by trying to help at levels 1 and sometimes at levels 2, but there is this issue in terms of experience, supervision, that kind of thing, which prevents people from upskilling. So another issue in this area is the lack of legal aid available, and that's because in recent years a lot of organisations have found that legal aid on its own is not sustainable. The levels of remuneration at legal aid rates, at fixed rates, have actually not changed for over 10 years. And so what happens is that with the lack of availability of free legal advice, we find that there are people that are falling through the cracks. Okay, legal aid is available for certain areas still, such as asylum matters, maybe domestic violence matters, human trafficking victims, but mainly on the whole, it's not available for immigration at all, unless you can apply for exceptional case funding for particularly complex immigration cases. And we find that the people are not always aware about this strand of funding that might be available. So in terms of that, we find that clients are being passed from pillar to post, trying to find somebody to help, because what is happening is, in terms of these immigration cases, and a lot of the issues are actually at national level, is because the Home Office has set the fees very, very high, is that they might struggle to earn enough to pay the immigration fees, but then not be able to afford the legal advice to be able to put in the applications because of the lack of free or affordable legal advice. So that might mean, obviously, that they might try to put in a very poorly drafted application themselves, but also that they may not become aware of the fact that there are other avenues open to them, such as making applications for fee waivers, for instance, if it is a limited leave to remain application, if they're on a 10-year route to settlement. So these are options that are available, but they may not be explored because of the lack of availability of good quality legal advice at an early stage. Then there are, like I said, other organisations that are assisting with maybe matters such as fresh claims, that not a lot of solicitors will take on, just because of how complex, sometimes how time consuming they are. So we have got charitable organisations that are trying to fill the gap in relation to that. But again, they don't always have the enough resources to be able to cover the amount of, the amount of people that want to access that. In terms of us at Sheffield, Citizens Advice Sheffield, we are a small immigration team. We have expertise all the way from OISE level 1 to OISE level 3 in both asylum and immigration. We have a number of projects. So we have the EUSS project that we advise on, and we also advise newly granted refugees under the Spring project. We tend not to actually advise on asylum claims or challenges to asylum decisions, simply because we don't want to overstep into the territory of legal aid practitioners, because they have a legal aid contract. They can't provide the free legal advice at point of service. So we try to assist people that are falling through the cracks, that are vulnerable, that are not able to access free legal advice. They may have no money to be able to pay a private practice solicitor. They may be digitally excluded, so they have no IT literacy, so they cannot access the Home Office website by themselves. Or again, one of the biggies is people having language barriers. So they need the language support. What we do well at Citizens Advice is that we have lots of streams to actually get the referrals in. We have an answer phone service in different languages to allow people to leave messages, and then dedicated language advisors can pick them up and obviously refer appropriately. We have bilingual staff who can speak with clients in different languages and to be able to advise on their different issues. And we have, like I said, good relationships with support groups, other charitable organisations who can refer vulnerable clients into us in order for further advice.
Rashda,
sure.
Sorry, can I just stop you there?
Sure.
Normally, I would have asked our guest just to stop about 5 to 10 minutes ago, but what you're actually sharing with us resonates with some of our previous speakers who've talked about issues to do with asylum seekers, refugees, and some of the hostile environment. So it was really useful for us to hear just a little bit more. But we're going to ask you to go a little bit deeper. Don't get me wrong, but Claire and Rashda, it's been a really useful introduction to what you're doing at the moment. I'd like to just introduce you to my colleague Daljit, who I'd like, Daljit, if you could introduce yourself before asking Claire and Rashda further questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Claire, Rashda, for giving us an overview. So my name is Daljit Kaur. I'm a commissioner. I'm also chair of Ashiana Sheffield, who does work quite closely with the CABs to support women, no recourse to public funds, domestic abuse, trafficking. So I'm fully aware of OISC and all the regulatory challenges because we face it too, trying to get the training. In addition to that, I live in Sheffield. I've been an activist for many years. An activist with the Black Community Forum, Black Card, and CAB, historically, when it was Section 11 funded. So I have a good overview and a perspective, but in addition to that, I'm local government, national government background, and charities and voluntary sector. So welcome, and I'm going to say well done for the work that you are doing, because I know your resources are pretty stretched. So what I'd like to do is just draw upon the case study that Claire, you used, and Rashda, the overview that you've given in terms of some of the challenges. Could you just talk us through more of the challenges from a racism perspective, because in your submission you do refer to social security, welfare systems, and in your scenario, disability, debt, language being an issue, literacy. So can I pass over to you both just to talk me through a bit more of what you're referring to in terms of institutionally racist infrastructure, if you like, and where you can share examples with us.
Shall I start, and then Rashta might want to come in? Can I just apologise though, I've just been told my internet connection is unstable, so I do hope I'm going to stay with you, but I'll keep going at the moment. So I think what we really look every day, I think our advisors see people who have been unfairly treated, and that is across the communities. There's a massive amount of lack of fairness in the distribution of resources, and I think we all know that. But where we see added pressures for Black communities are probably the three things that I would highlight, and then Rashta, I'm sure, will add to it. I mean, I think the first is, I would say that the structure of welfare benefits and other support is often designed in a way that disadvantages certain groups. And our case study, I think, illustrates that some of the, what are unfair aspects of the welfare benefit system have a particular impact on some communities. And I think an example of that would be, well, two big examples are certainly the whole regime around no recourse to public funds, and the second is, to some extent, the way that the two-child policy is implemented, just partly because some communities tend to have bigger families, not all the case, but there is some sort of impact there. So those are just two examples, but look, we could go on for more. I'd say another one, which is universal credit, how you claim it. People are pushed onto what's called a digital claim route. And if you face language barriers, if you face digital exclusion, and you don't get advice early enough to know that you can argue for a phone route, you're suddenly on a digital route and you can't manage your claim. And the chances of you then being subject to sanctions or losing money because of an inability to maintain what you're being asked to do, it massively increases. So I think that's another example. To be honest, I could go on and on all day about the things that we think are wrong.
I know, but I just want to go back to the no recourse to public funds, because that is a big issue in the city and nationally. And again, I've been campaigning for many, many years nationally and locally to say, look, we need to address this. But it's a challenge when the woman may have children, so it gets a bit more complex. And what I have found is that the lack of awareness within the infrastructure, be it the local authorities or the legal side of understanding what that means from a cultural diversity perspective. Has the CAB done anything around that to start raising awareness or connecting and saying, look, this is what we need to do, or even look at separate resources within your infrastructure for that?
Yeah, so look, it's not, I'm not claiming to have done lots of work around this, but we do benefit from a national infrastructure around citizens' advice, and we try and influence that wherever we can. And National Citizens Advice have a lot of resources for what they call research and campaigning, which we input into. And we've been instrumental in getting them to agree this year that one of their priorities is no recourse to public funds. And I think that was as a result of a number of case studies we fed in. Look, I've yet to see exactly what that means, but it feels like a step forward to have just got that a little bit higher up on the agenda. We do, look, we have limited resources for research and campaigning locally, and that's, if I'm honest, is because the demand on our services, like it is on services right across the city, the demand on our services is high, and of course you tend to put all your resources into individual client work rather than anything else. but we do try and make sure we make the most of individual stories that we use as evidence to influence. So, for example, every quarter we meet the most of the Sheffield MPs, not all have to say, but most of the Sheffield MPs, and we feed in what our evidence is saying. And one of the things we talked about, I met them last week, is no recourse to public funds, because we know it's a growing issue. But Daljeet, we don't do enough of that sort of work.
Thank you, but that's good.
But it is important too.
Yeah, I think I'd probably add to that in the sense that in the immigration team, we're very, very well aware about the issue of no recourse to public funds. We do raise it as a social policy issue. We do gather and forward to national any case studies that we come across and the impact on an individual level. So that is why it has got escalated to national level as one of the issues that need to be taken into consideration. I think going back to the original question, Daljeet, when you asked about the systemic racism, a lot of it actually comes, unfortunately, from Home Office policy and practice and procedure. So it is actually at national level, and a lot of the policy. So I think one of the most recent examples maybe is the Aspen card changeover, for instance, for asylum seekers. It really wasn't well thought through, and the people that are impacted by this, where they've been left not being able to access their asylum support, is people of asylum seekers who are from a Black minority ethnic background, disproportionately affected by that. And we're talking about sums of support which were very low to begin with, and they're still not being able to access that support now. And it is directly as a result of the procedure or the fact that they didn't put any plans and procedures into place. Another issue is BRP delays that we've noticed. So, for instance, the Home Office are not issuing biometric residence permits to our clients in a timely manner, and that is actually having an impact directly on their ability to access benefits and further support, housing, etc. And again, this is a policy by the Home Office, which is at national level, but filtering down to local level. And some of the challenges are trying to get support put in place for these very vulnerable groups. And we've been working very closely with MPs locally to try and address these, so we can actually challenge the Home Office on this to try and get these cases prioritised and move forward. But again, it shouldn't have to be like this. We shouldn't have to have a reactionary, reactionary kind of approach to this. The Home Office should be more proactive and actually consider these different client groups when they put their policies in place. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that really does, and I get it, because that, again, as a campaigner, you see, as government changes its legislation or policy and practice, it does have an impact, and it filters down at a local level, which is a challenge, and even for our city, because of the nature of our political makeup at the moment. Thank you for that. I'd now like to move on to just, again, as a result of the work you've been doing, has there been an increase in people seeking advice over racial discrimination? Increased at all as an area in terms of people coming to you and saying, I need help or advice? And that could be within the community or people within a workspace as well.
Daljeet, just to let you know that you broke up a little bit at the beginning.
Could
you just, yeah.
Okay. So has there been an increase in people seeking advice over racial discrimination or hate crime from you at all as a service? Yeah. And if so, can you just talk me through that? What types and how have you managed those incidents? And are you able to escalate them further up to be addressed effectively?
Yeah, so I think the first thing I'd say on that is that one of the things that we've seen really quite a shocking increase of the number of people from Black communities coming to us with insecure employment issues, and that includes not always proven, but a very strong suspicion that the influence for some of what's happened to them is based on discrimination, based on race discrimination. People in insecure employment, 0 hours contracts, and so on. There has definitely been employers have, at worst, seized the opportunity, at best not protected their staff during COVID, and have taken the opportunity to use the extraordinary circumstances to stop people's employment very short notice, or just not give them hours. And we've certainly, our employment team have talked to me about seeing some patterns, but very difficult to prove, that Black minority ethnic workers are being more impacted by that. And we also know that there's a greater likelihood that people from those communities will be in insecure employment, so more affected by those things. And I think we're also waiting very anxiously as furlough comes to an end about what's going to happen there. And again, we think that there's going to be a disproportionate impact on vulnerable people there. In terms of hate crime, certainly our statistics are showing an increase in, so when somebody comes to us, our advisors will record and then sort of categorize what people come to us about, and there has been an increase around hate crime. We haven't, it's a difficult area, and perhaps it could be, and I think it probably could be argued that perhaps our response could be stronger, but the feedback I've had when I've asked about this is that in a number of cases it is reported as something, but, you know, shockingly in a way, accepted by the person that's reporting it and not wanting to take any further action. And look, that ought to rightly shock us all, shouldn't it, really? But so I think that I think we've had 1 or 2 examples of where we've escalated it and encouraged somebody to actually report it, but far too often we're just seeing a sort of underlying tolerance, if you like, of poor behaviour towards somebody.
So could you just share an example with us there, Claire, of where you've been able to get the incident escalated? And if so, what was the outcome?
Deirdre, I can imagine the example, but I don't have one with me, but I'm certainly very happy to supply that later on, if that would be okay, but I don't have something. Yeah, I would just be guessing if I shared anything.
That's absolutely fine then, Claire. Rush, did you want to add to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I could potentially add from a immigration perspective and asylum perspective. So we're finding that people, vulnerable single mothers, family, you know, sort of families, invariably from a Black minority background, who have been put on the 10-year route to settlement, for instance, or people that are on a spouse visa who are reliant on somebody else, might stay in very sort of, you know, abusive relationships, or may become subject to quite a lot of, you know, trauma as a result because of their insecure immigration status. Okay, so in these circumstances, I think timely, good quality advice would help, and it's not always accessible. So, for instance, even it has actually expanded to the EUSS scheme as well. So there's quite a few examples of that, where people have stayed in abusive relationships thinking they can't get out because they are dependent on this person, so they need to wait it out until they've got their status and then leave, as opposed to being made aware that actually, no, there are other routes that you can access. Also, the other thing that I've noticed is, you know, women have been continuing working to be able to afford the high extension fees, so putting themselves at risk, maybe in insecure work places, that kind of thing, because they can't afford or to take time off. So they're not maybe aware that maybe they could apply for fee waivers, for instance, so they don't have to put themselves through that environment to be able to afford the next extension. I want to backtrack in terms of something you said earlier about no recourse to public funds. Timely advice would also allow these client groups to actually know that they need to make submission specifically about recourse to public funds with every single extension application. So what that would do was, if they got that advice, they would then automatically, hopefully get recourse to public funds when their next grant of leave comes through, as opposed to doing it backwards by getting the leave, then applying for a change of conditions, and then having that period in between where they can't access benefits and subsequently becoming destitute, not being able to access benefits, housing, etc. There's a lot of, it's like a domino effect. So all of it comes down to, rightly or wrongly, good quality legal advice, which unfortunately with Sheffield, I think it's becoming difficult to access. And I'm hoping, as Citizens Advice, we are well placed to be able to sort of plug the gap in that respect. But it's just, people being aware, okay, we're here, we can give you that advice, come to us, and we can, and working very closely with partnership with local, solicitors as well, and other OIC organizations to say, look, we are getting these people through. Do you have capacity? Can you take these cases on, that kind of thing?
That's really, you've given me a good picture of a journey, because I can appreciate the challenges that you're going through as an advice bureau, but also the wider impact of what's going on at a national level, government and so on. Just to link in there, but in a wider perspective, is around the whole Black Lives Matter. Has that had any influence on the number of callers seeking advice, or is that debate taking place within your organisation at a strategic level? And if so, what are we doing as a way forward?
I don't know that I could say that in terms of people who are approaching us for help, whether or not Black Lives Matter has influenced that. I'm not sure that I could say, but I certainly can say that it has been a force for a lot of discussion, reflection and action within the organisation, and rightly so. Black Lives Matter, along with some very hard-hitting reports about the state of the voluntary sector in relation to Black staff and so on, has had and rightly a profound effect on us. And so, and I'm referring there, Daljit, you probably know the Home Truths report that was produced, and also, look, Citizens Advice at a national level has, again, in my opinion, rightly come under some pretty significant criticism. And the charity So White movement was very much aimed at nationally, not us locally, but saying that we're not in a position to be complacent. So we are trying to take action, and along with lots of other voluntary organisations, we recognise that, I'm very, very proud of the fact that we have a very diverse workforce, and some really skilled people, bilingual, 18 languages spoken and stuff. But I'm not proud of the fact that there is a gap at leadership level, and I hold my hands up. I'm part of that too. The board is taking it very seriously. We're doing work around trying to encourage trustees through a mentoring scheme. Some of you that already know me know that I'm leaving the organisation later this year, and that the board is working very hard in its recruitment strategy to attract strong applications from a more diverse group of people. Rashtra and I have only been talking this morning about some of the issues around progression, and so on. Daljit, I could go on at length about this, but there's a lot of work to be done, yeah. And it does take time, but we certainly, I believe, have got a serious intent now that perhaps we didn't have, 18 months ago.
No, I appreciate that, Karen. I know it's a difficult agenda. sitting at it at a national level, at an academic level, and at a voluntary sector level, it is a lot to absorb. And where do you go? Who do you collaborate with? It is quite a challenge. Thank you for that. Rashid, do you want to add to that before I move on to our next question?
Just to say that, yes, Claire's hit the nail on the head at ground level. We are quite a diverse workforce. Our volunteers are reflective of the communities that we serve, you know, but obviously there is more work to be done.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Daljit, can I just draw your attention to the time? So if you could just think about what your last question.
My last question, and I promise, Kevin, it is my last one. It's around recommendations, really. What do you feel as an organisation? What kind of recommendations should we take forward as an REP?
I was hoping you'd give me an opportunity to answer this, Daljit, so thank you. So look, we've concentrated on 5 recommendations that are achievable at a local level. We could have hundreds about national, but this is about local. So the first is that we think there is work to be done about improving the take-up of benefits. And there's a particular issue in Black communities about the take-up of disability benefits and pension credit. And we think there is work to be done there that could be done nationally, but it's got to be, locally, but it's got to be resourced properly. We think that we could have, as a city, a far better understanding of the availability of immigration and asylum advice, and a way of pulling together the different provision, including private practice solicitors, so that people had better access. We think that there is more work to be done around universal credit, how to ensure that people don't end up on the digital route when it's not right for them, how we can provide more language support around that. We think that there is a really strong case for trying to continue funding the COVID Hardship Fund, which, okay, it's a charitable fund, it's not a right for people, but it has been critical in trying to prevent people from moving into destitution. And we think that with the right, and particularly for people with no recourse to public funds and limited right to remain. And finally, we think there is some sort of best practice review needed around language support and digital inclusion, particularly aimed again at Black and minority ethnic communities, and sort of get to the point where we've got a minimum offer in the city across the public sector and the rest of us, but particularly around the public sector. So that's our 5-point recommendations. Hopefully they're practical and local.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much for that. And if there's any other key documents you think we should have access to, Claire, please send them to us via the Commission. Chair, thank you very much. I'm handing back to you.
Thank you, Daljit. Claire, can I just come back to you just for clarification? In terms of accountability and smart actions, looking at your recommendations around take-up of benefit, immigration and asylum, universal credit, COVID hardship, and language support, who should be accountable? Whose names should be against those recommendations?
Well, I think the thing is that we've got to accept that this is it's a city responsibility, and I don't think that we can say all of this, for example, sits with the council, because we know that the council, I think we've got to pull together a city responsibility and say the only way that these things are going to change is if we, yes, the council, very definitely with senior support for it, but also the rest of the public sector, health have got a responsibility in here, the voluntary sector have, and potentially business. And I think there's starting to be a sense that the Sheffield Partnership Board or something like it that brings together, you know, the universities, business, the council, health, and so on, is the way of driving forward. Sheffield is a caring city, and there's a lot of people that want things to be fairer in Sheffield. And I think somehow together. We've got to find a way of collaborating and harnessing that so that we can actually on the ground make things fairer for people, because an awful lot talked about, yet inequalities, you know, child poverty now running at 33% in the city. It's stuff like that that we all have to take a responsibility in. I'm not sure if that's the answer that you were looking for and saying you wanted a named person, but I'd say no, none of us can back off from this. We all have to actually say we've got to play our part.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% on that, only because if we are to take recommendations forwards, then we want to be able to make people accountable, even if it's in collaboration. So we might come back to you just to see if you could identify some of the key stakeholders within those recommendations.
Yeah, I certainly could add to that. So, you know, I'd be more than happy to.
Wonderful, wonderful. And on that bombshell, I'd like to thank you, Claire and Rashda, for your attendance today. It's been very informative, very insightful, and thank for your candid responses. And we look forward to continuing the dialogue with you over the course of the commission. I'd also like to thank Daljit and commissioners. You know, other commissioners had questions to ask, but we always do this. We always run out of time. But there's another opportunity for the commissioners at 1 o'clock when we come back together. So thanks again, Claire and Rashda, for your time, and please stay in touch with us. Commissioners, please take a well-earned break, and we'll catch up again at 1 o'clock. And thank you, Secretariat. We'll all speak soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Ian, Julianne, and Nissa. Is Nissa here? Hello. Hi. Hello. How are you?
Right, I can't see the screen. I don't know why that is. Can you hear me?
We can see you and we can hear you, Ian.
Right, good.
Whilst you're sorting that out, you can. I'm going to just direct you to listen to Adele Robinson, who's leading the Secretariat, and she's going to go through a few preliminaries, and that will just give you an opportunity to sort any tech issues out. But as I say, we can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, that's good.
Adele, over to you. Thank
Hello,
you.
good afternoon. I'm just going to give you a little bit of context about the Commission before we begin. So the Commission, as you know, is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield. It was set up to look at 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the second day of the Civic Life and Communities hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report prepared that will be submitted for action to the key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you here as witnesses today to talk about and share your knowledge of the terms of reference of the Commission. And those 5 areas cover racial inequality and racism within Sheffield, which you feel may be of use to the Commission; knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related equality duties and/or frameworks; any analysis you have of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector; any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racial inequality or racism, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. As invited witnesses here today, you're required to act in good faith, and by appearing here, we are presuming that you do so. For all those in attendance, please note that this hearing is being recorded and will be available at a later date. Only commissioners will be able to ask questions, but any papers or non-confidential evidence that you've submitted will be made available on the Commission's website afterwards. Please note, for all in attendance, can you wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can you, commissioners and invited guests, introduce yourself before speaking? Can commissioners put any questions you have in the chat to me personally, and I'll send those on to the chair. And now can I hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele, and welcome guests Ian, Julianne and Nisa. Ian, we have a submission that we received from the association, and it would be great if you could speak to that statement just briefly. But before you do you think you could introduce yourself and your role within the organisation, and what role you took in the writing of the submission? If you look around the screen, you can see that I'm joined by a number of commissioners from the Race Equality Commission. So before I invite a dialogue with them, it would be great if you could say a little bit about yourself and your submission.
Right, Kevin, if you wouldn't mind, we'd like to do it slightly differently, and I promise we'll be brief. In that all three of us would like to just make a couple of points based on the submission.
Great, go for it.
Right. And beginning with Julianne, then myself, and then Nisa. We think that's a better way than me taking the lead solely on this.
Great, thank you, Ian. And firstly, we'd like to say thanks for inviting us to. Oh, I should introduce myself. I'm Julianne. Yes. I'm a director at SYHA. So firstly, thanks for inviting us to present evidence to the Commission. We really welcome the Commission, and we think it's really important that this Commission is keeping the urgency and the conversation on race alive a year after the events of last spring. So I'm from SYHA, as you know. For those of you that don't know us, we're a housing association that cover the Sheffield city region. We're almost 50 years old. We support at any given time around 20,000 people, and we employ around 550 people. And 50 years ago, we were founded through a grant from Shelter to tackle homelessness, and that sense of social purpose remains absolutely core to what we do. So we're proud of our impact and our work on social purpose. That said, we like we would argue most organisations, big organisations in our city, clearly haven't been doing enough to tackle issues of racial inequality and racial injustice. So we present to you the evidence, but we also present in the context of our own organisation needing to do some real work here to drive the issues forward. So in our submission was pulled together from different colleagues across our organisation. We're very diverse. We do not only housing, but we work across health and social care. So we had input from lots of people. We also took some input from Quasar on the research. And we made some key points. The first was that in order to make progress, we need to address the lack of diverse leadership across our major systems, and we would include SYHA in that. The second is that we need in our city some true architecture around collaboration and co-design that is baked in. So that doesn't mean consultation with Black, Asian and ethnic minority groups, but that all of our systems are co-designed right from the start. And we also talked about the importance of baking in the recommendations from this Commission into the COVID recovery, and we can talk more about that as we go through. The major points that we made in the submission were around housing. So we believe that you cannot have a conversation about race without talking about housing. It's so fundamental to quality of life. It's so fundamental to all other outcomes, health, employment, education. So housing was our main message. And at this point, I'll hand you over to Ian to say a few things.
Thanks very much. So I'm Ian Cole, I'm chair of the board at SYHA. And I'm also Emeritus Professor of Housing at Sheffield University, and I was Director of the Research Centre CRASA, which, as Julianne says, has undertaken some research on questions of racial inequality. I'm going to make 3 quick points, really. First, as Chair, I'm really pleased to have been invited to contribute in this, although I'm not the author of the submission. I fully endorse every single word in it. That was Julianne and a much wider team of people involved in that. The reason why I'm pleased is I think this isn't an issue that boards can kind of sit back and watch while the organisation takes steps of whatever kind to try and address some of the issues around structural racism. The board needs to ask itself some hard questions about what it's doing, about its practices, about its recruitment, about its composition, and therefore absolutely needs to be fully engaged in the process. And this to me reflects that, being one of the 3 of us. The second point I want to make is really echoing Julianne's. This isn't just a question about SYHA's board, it's about representative bodies across the city. And I don't know how far you've done a scrutiny of the composition of, say, Hallam's Board of Governors, or the University Council, or the Health and Social Care Trust Board, or Sheffield Teaching Hospital Board of Directors, or the City Council, and you can see that there are questions there which I think cut across all organisations, including SIHA. And the third one is, as we note in the submission, I think it's really good that housing receiving attention from the Commission in its inquiry. We'd like it to have had a theme of its own, because we do think it's central, but we appreciate you have to make decisions about that. And I do hope that there will, I'm sure it will be addressed by the Commission when it makes its recommendations. And I just made the point that to me it was absolutely astonishing that the Sewell report, 258-page report, had 1 page and a bit on housing, and most of that was about wealth and home ownership, which aren't the things that are banging around SYHA customers at the moment as their priorities. Nothing on affordability, nothing on adequacy, nothing on amenity, and 1 paragraph on overcrowding. I'm sure the Commission to do much, much better about that, about making housing issues central. And I'll now hand you over to Nisa.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you so much for having us here today. So I wasn't part of the submission, but I have definitely made it my business to know all about it so that I can be in tune with what's happening today. So my name is Nisa Chisipaccini, and I am the Race and Diversity Lead here at South Yorkshire Housing Association. So the title speaks for itself in terms of which area of diversity we are explicitly giving particular attention to at the moment. So within our organisation, we're not perfect, but we have been able to identify that when it comes to other protective characteristics like gender, religion, sexuality, disability, and so on, we've made some really significant progress. And this is reflected in our customers, in our colleagues, and in our partners. But when it comes to race, with much humility and reflection, and I think a really honest owning up as well, we acknowledged, following on from the events of last summer, namely the murder of George Floyd and the Fenton report, that race is an area that we could definitely be doing more on. And we started our collective journey last summer, where our actions started with listening, learning, and reflecting. And our intention was to set action that would deliver change, which matters to Black, Asian, and minority ethnic colleagues, customers, but also partners across Sheffield. And this has been captured in our race action plan. Now, at the time of the submission, our race action plan was still in the works. And it is the works of many hands and many hearts over the span of 10 months. So it wasn't tangible then, but we do have one now. And the race action plan consists of 6 commitments that are underpinned by actions that we'll be taking to make meaningful and lasting change over the next 2 to 3 years. The race action plan was actually written a year after our strategy plan was written. And once we had the race action plan, we went back to the strategy plan and embedded it right in there. I think just to really kind of show the seriousness to this. And I will hand over back to you, Professor Kevin.
Thank you, Nissa. So Nissa, everyone knows what question I'm going to ask you, and that's, can we get a copy of your race action plan? And can we also get a copy of your updated strategy that now has that work embedded?
Absolutely. Would you be happy for us to get that sent over after?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thanks to the three of you for your introductions. I'd like to. Oh, can I just ask Nissa, how long have you been working at the association?
I celebrated my 4.5-year anniversary about 3 weeks ago.
Okay, and you've been doing that work over all that time?
So no, I haven't, in a different capacity. So my training is as a psychotherapist, and I worked within the organisation as a health and wellbeing coach or specialist, depending. And within that, I did work around diversity.
Yes.
But now the role has been created for someone to solely focus on diversity.
Okay, super, thank you. I'd like to invite my colleague Malcolm. Malcolm Cumberbatch to speak with you. Malcolm, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Okay, I'm Malcolm Cumberbatch.
So Malcolm, could you just move your
have I got it wrong?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay,
thanks.
sorry about that. My name is Malcolm Cumberbatch. I've been an academic for many years, and I think I taught at both universities in this city and 2 in London. But what brings me to this, because I'm an activist. I've done a lot of work in communities in both cities, London and Sheffield, and I've actually done about 7 housing studies for Sheffield City Council back between 2002 and 2006 or something like that. And I found out a lot of things, and what you're saying about that, it tells you a lot about communities and about the health of a city is quite important. What people, the things that people tell you when you talk about housing is quite different to other things. So I'm here today to ask you a number of questions, probably about 6 or so, and then I'll hand you back to Professor Hilton, and some of my colleagues may want to ask you some other questions. So, and I will be talking about race, racism, racial inequality and housing, not diversity or anything else. Okay, so I read the evidence, and I was kind of really interested in it, and congratulations for next year when you're 50 years old. And I've got a question that is linked to that. I want to ask you about success. How do you see success, and what constitutes it for you, and what does it look like, and how do you measure it, and how often? Professor Cole?
Yeah.
Or anyone else.
You go ahead, Ian.
Do you mean generally in the association? Do you mean on our action on race?
Well, in South Yorkshire Housing Association.
How do we measure it? Some of the things that are great about South Yorkshire can't be measured, which is about a positivity and a culture. And yes, you'd expect me to say that, but actually, when I became chair, I found out that it was true. But clearly, we also have a responsibility to make sure that we can measure things, and to refer to the race action plan from the perspective of the board, rather than the authors of it. I think we were all agreed it was very important there was some tangible targets there, and some statements of intent that could then subsequently be monitored, and then we could reflect on how far we'd got, rather than a kind of a statement of intent didn't allow itself to be challenged in a very direct way. So what I like about it is it contains analysis, which I'm familiar with as an academic. I'm less familiar with what follows on from that, which is steps, practice and strategy, which will make the analysis, reflect on the analysis further. So I think it is important to get tangible things, but it's also important to recognise, just as important to recognise experience of racism can't be reduced to a few indicators. It's about how they're perceived, how they're felt, and their consequences, and it's important to keep both of those. Julianne, I don't know if you wish to add from the point of view of the kind of operation of the...
I guess the things that matter to us are heavily aligned with our social purpose. So it's the number of social homes that are available and the affordability of those. And that's particularly pertinent in relation to race, in that we know that home ownership is much lower amongst Black, Asian and ethnic minority people. We know that the rates of homelessness are much higher. So we are a strong advocate for social housing. We see it as one of our most precious national assets, so that's one of our measures: number of homes, affordability, low levels of evictions. We work really, really hard to keep evictions low, and we benchmark incredibly well on that at a national level. The quality of our homes really matters to us. And then because we also do a lot of work across health and social care, it's things like preventing hospital admission, preventing access to residential care where we can, so people being able to live in their home for much longer. And again, that relates to this issue in that we know there is some structural inequality with regards to race across some of those health outcomes. So by way of example, we know that Black males are 4 times more likely to be sectioned. We do a lot of work around prevention of residential care and section. So beyond the stuff that Ian talked about, those kind of measures that track social purpose are really important to us.
All right, thanks. You talk about any evidence about the lack of research around this area in the city, and but you do have stuff on the BAME groups in social and rented accommodation and so on, and not in their ownership occupied houses and so on and so forth. So how do you explain the lack of data on the ethnicity in the city, and why that may be so?
Should I pick that? I'll pick that. I think it was interesting to say, you were saying, Malcolm, you were active, from 2002, 2006, around that period. I was writing reports then. There was quite a lot of research being undertaken at that stage, not least funded by the Housing Corporation in quite creative ways. And then we've had really 15 years where there's been very, very little. And so what has come back has more been analysis of things which have been undertaken in any case, like the census, rather than direct research about specific communities. I did some work about the Somali community, which included the Somali community in Sheffield 2003, which is still being mentioned, which is actually shocking because it shows that nothing else really has superseded that in the 18 years that have followed. And the reasons for that, I think the part of the realities of funding, I think the academic community might want to look at itself perhaps critically on that as well. There is a former colleague of mine, Adele Robinson, who has set himself the task of trying to put together what data there is available, not specifically on Sheffield, but on inequalities among different ethnic groups, dipping into census and official data, but also going into direct research. He's not embarked on that research yet, but I'm sure he'd be happy to share with you his intentions on that. But I think there is a lack of evidence other than the statistics, and the statistics themselves only tell a small part of the story, and they suffer from all all problems about classifications and artificial boundaries being made, and we know that's a fraught area.
Yeah, so why do you think that all the leadership in Sheffield and the major institutions, why they have this problem? They don't seem to have, you know, that key data to inspire action. What's happening? And I'm coming on to housing associations in a minute.
Okay.
But so, yeah, because I mean, you've said it. I want to know why you think that that's happening.
Can I say something? Can I say something here, Ian? And then maybe, so I think, you know, fundamental, what sits above the lack of data, it links back to the lack of diversity in leadership and what matters to people. So where we have organisations, which we do in the city, and I include SYHA in this, that are predominantly led by white British people who haven't experienced the injustice, that leads to less urgency on looking at the problem. So for me, there's quite a fundamental, until we get to greater diversity in leadership, I think it's harder to get that real focus and attention on the research and the data.
Right. So moving on, how is the housing sector in general responding to this? You know, this sort of lack of data and this inequality. What is the housing sector doing?
Well, we were present, the three of us were present at a kind of pre-launch of a report that the Yorkshire and Humberside region chief executives from housing associations is about to be released, which covers some of these issues around lack of representation of Black, Asian and ethnically diverse communities in the governance of housing associations, looks at differences in terms of leadership, looks at recruitment, looks at what can be done and what's being done. And there's a lot of enthusiasm. I think there's a lot of genuine enthusiasm to up the game on this significantly, but it's also testimony to the fact there's still quite a long way to go. In terms of research funding tends to often follow government priorities. I don't think this has been seen as a priority, and the Sewell report itself didn't distinguish itself in terms of the independent research it took. It had a particular take on information that was already there. That was a big missed opportunity in my set, in my opinion.
Yeah, can I have a rejoinder there? I mean, I would think in terms of market assessment that at least a combined group of housing association would do an assessment to see, and you know, what's happening in the city, and race would certainly be a key component of that. I mean, why doesn't this happen?
Maybe Julian's point is it doesn't happen. That doesn't happen really in terms of any kind of research of that kind. In terms of collaborative research within the sector, tend to be dependent on external funding. This work I was referring to was supported by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation independently, and because it was in the Yorkshire and Humberside, they look more favourably on those because that's their base in York. I don't know of much in the way of self-generated funding that's taken place. If you're saying it should happen, I would absolutely agree with you wholeheartedly that surely a few academics, leaders in not just the housing association, but more widely in social housing, should do a thorough study of a city, that city being Sheffield, why not? And that in itself would be a real breakthrough.
And how is your own organisation responding to this sort of, you know, lack of information? I mean, there's sometimes you say some really interesting things and you got data in the evidence, but on the other hand, there isn't the other data that you can rely on. So so you know some things, but there seem to be some things that you say you don't know. So where does that leave you? How are you responding?
I just make a quick response. You don't wait around until there's perfect knowledge and understanding of perfect data. Otherwise, we'll be having this conversation in 20 years' time.
And that would lead to, what community associations are you working with? Are you aware of? How do you bring them on closer to you to understand what's happening, and so on and so forth? I found that when I was researching the community association. Great.
So we have, I'll take that one, and I might link back to the race action plan. So over the 50 years, we've worked with a lot of different organisations across the city. Have we worked with enough grassroots organisations in the Black, Asian and ethnic minority communities? I would say not. So within the race action plan, you'll see it when Nisa sends it through, we outline a set of actions around building those partnerships. That said, we have had a number of relationships over our history. So there are organisations in the city that run their services from our buildings, and that's always been a part of our organisation. When we developed our race action plan, we sought input from local experts. So we had Shahida Sadiq work with us from Faith Star in helping us. She worked with our board. We also had experts at a national level, as well as we had huge input from our workforce, the Black, Asian and minority ethnic members of our workforce. But there's definitely work for us to do there, and that, in terms of partnership, and that's captured in our race action plan.
Okay, thank you. How you mentioned this thing about the architecture to drive through what is required to be done. What kind of explain that to me? What's the architecture?
I'll have a go at it, Malcolm, and I know when I wrote it, because I haven't even got my own, and I'll be totally honest with you. I suppose what I'm trying to what we'd like to force the city to do, and certainly the commission, as we have the recommendations, is, you know, this isn't new work, isn't it? In our submission, we talk about a number of other national reports that have been done into this issue, the LAMI and others. And yet we don't make progress. And so one of the principles that we hold at the association that we live and breathe is the importance of co-design. So that when we are making a change, or when we're designing a service, that the people with lived experience have to be involved right from the inception, and then through to delivery, and then through to evaluation. And really, I think that it'll be a failure in the city of the work of the commission if what we end up with is, as a consequence, is some other group that is over, you know, a kind of race commission implementation group that sits aside from the existing architecture in our city. So we have loads of governance in the city, some of it very visible, some less visible. And I think we need to find a way to embed a greater diversity, particularly with regards to race, into those existing structures. So that was the point I was trying to make, and that that there has to be a real intention around co-design, because when we design systems and processes without representation, they will fail. We have seen that in COVID, you know, where there's been a COVID response at national level, mainly designed by white British people, and there was a failure. So we have to have an architecture that kind of builds that lived perspective in from the start through to delivery, and then through to evaluation. Now, I'm saying all that, I understand the complexity of the city, and I know that's hard to pull off, but I think we have to have some intention around that as we move forward into action. And I think for the organizations like ourselves, that will mean sometimes just stepping back, you know, not sharing a platform, stepping back from a platform, and giving up that place, because not only are our organisations at leadership level not diverse, but some of our informal governance is really undiverse, and big decisions get made there. So we all have to start challenging that.
Okay, thanks. So just following on from that, is there a tension or a conflict between consultation and the co-production? Would you say?
How do you mean, Malcolm? Do you have it?
Well, it's there's sort of two different things. One's a kind of research thing, and the other one is having the people who might be using the service immediately work with you. You know, come and let's work together, and not looking at the overall picture. So that's really what I'm talking about.
Just whilst you're thinking about that, Julianne, and you know, we have heard from people in Sheffield and community organisations that there tends to be an emphasis on consultation, which is more of a fait accompli, and co-production is less conspicuous in terms of engagement activity.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. So, you know, for me, co-production means that from the absolute inception, the lived perspective and the diversity of perspective is baked in. So it's not further down the line. And I would absolutely agree that in the city, we use the term co-production when actually what's happening is consultation. And without, this is why we fail, because if we design systems and processes from a solely white British perspective, of course, they're not going to meet a broader range of needs. And again, that links back to leadership. So all of these things are kind of interdependent, but I think there's a big difference between consultation and co-production, and it's co-production that we need in the city, particularly at the design point. At that very early stage. And until that happens, I think it's going to be really hard to drive change.
Co-production and research, I wouldn't contrast the two, Malcolm, particularly the same as research. Co-production and research. We had a research plan for the work we did with the Somali community that the Housing Corporation asked us to deliver on. It ended up very, very different indeed. I'm sure you've had similar experiences. Yes. When you were doing in terms of we weren't, as it were, consciously co-producing. That's just where we ended up in order to do a piece of work which we thought picked up on what the Somali community members were saying to us. So I think it's very important, the research. We're not just seeing here's another sample to deliver the questionnaire that we hatched out without any discussion at all.
Good. My next question to you is, what is structural racism in system leadership, and how, by tackling it, will Sheffield achieve change? Whether it's you, Ian, or it's Julian, it doesn't really matter.
I'll have a. Yeah, I'm not going to give you a definition of structural racism, but I will certainly say that I do dissent from the view that there isn't any structural racism for a number of reasons. One, it assumes that something kind of visible, where things are much more effectively delivered if they're invisible and not, as it were, in the public realm. And secondly, talks about the history, and you know, you can't unthink history. You can't unthink wherever you want to start, 300 years or the last 20 years or the previous 50 years. History bears down on all of us. We're embodied history, and therefore to kind of deny its existence, to me, is just a nonsense, if one has any understanding at all of what's happened in where, like I say, take your own starting point. The post-war era, 250 years since 1750, whenever. So to deny that, I think, is to deny the essence of what we do in the society.
Do you want to come in? So, Julian, do you want to say anything about that one?
I think that you were relating it back to the system leadership in the city, Malcolm, and for me, it's a key point, as leaders in the system, do we believe that structural racism exists is an absolutely key question. So I agree with Ian, our position is that it does. And I think that drives action differently in an organisation. So there's a risk here, isn't there, that organisations go down a route of diversity at the soft end, or we really look hard at the facts, which, the data for our city suggests that something is very badly broken. That is undeniable. We can't, and so as a system leader, for me, this work isn't about, this is great, let's engage with it. The evidence is that something is broken and needs to be fixed. And we believe that evidence is undeniable. And so that's how I would relate it to system leadership. So in all of our, so we're looking at that from housing perspective. And I think that all of us across the different systems need to be looking at our data from that perspective. I don't know if Nisa, had you anything you wanted to add on that?
I have had so many opinions, but it's been so great to just really listen into what's been going on. I think in terms of structural racism, does it exist? Absolutely. And I don't even think it's a question, that's a fact. Okay. And when we think about system leadership, I think something that's great to note is when we think about history, so Professor Ian mentioned about history and how that's passed down, like how information is disseminated through the centuries and people do what they've always done. And I think that transpires even in a working environment. And I think oftentimes when we think about leadership, people think that if Black, Asian or minority ethnic people are to be in leadership, there might be a compromise of quality. But I think there's something in this about kind of promoting excellence within these communities and making this really visible and for people across the city to be able to recognize that actually there is intelligence, there is excellence, there is leadership skills within the Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities, because I think there are a lot of historical perceptions of people that come from minoritized backgrounds. And I think that feeds into a lot of this.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Can I just move on to the your Live Well project? Can you explain some more about it for us, enlighten us, and also how it works with helping your engagement with communities and so on? So sure. First of all, tell us about the Live Well project, but then how the link to engagement.
Yeah, sure. So Live Well, we're quite unusual as a housing association in that over half the work that we do is in care, health and supported housing. And that bit we call Live Well, and it's very diverse. There's lots of different services within it. So we have a lot of homeless services. We run employment services for people with a mental health condition. We have mental health services. We have extra care housing for older people. So that is Live Well in a nutshell. The representation of Black, Asian and minority ethnic people across the different services is variable. So in our work, our services for work and wellbeing for people with a mental health condition, we have around 23% representation from Black, Asian and minority ethnic people. But then in our extra care housing for older people, it's just 3%. So that's interesting and something that we're looking at. And I guess there's over time, there's been, I think, a bit of a misperception in the system that when it comes to extra care housing, it's maybe a type of housing that Black, Asian and minority ethnic people don't want or need. But you go to other parts of the country, say Manchester and Birmingham, and if you walked in an extra care scheme, you would definitely see much greater diversity. So Live Well, that's what Live Well does. And I think that what what we're proud of for Live Well is that it mitigates some of the worst impacts of poverty. So we prevent homelessness, we prevent admission to hospital, we prevent admission to residential care.
Can I just ask a question about this? Do you know this whole thing about the 4 or 5 deprived wards in Sheffield and stuff? How's your work going on with those wards? This project could be something of an exemplar. You know, how are you working with those? From the time I came to Sheffield 30 years ago, they said they were the deprived wards, and you know, and they still are the deprived wards. So how you know, how are you working with them?
So we in terms of Live Well, our services cover every single part of the city. So we'll be working in all of those wards depending on what the contract is. The only service that we have where we've had a very specific focus on a ward or a set of wards is a programme called Age Better to tackle social isolation and loneliness. And we reference it in the submission where we did some specific work up in Bowngrave. But the way that, I guess what we don't do at SYH, and certainly not in Live Well, is that we don't have a targeted approach at specific wards, and that's partly driven by the way our services are contracted. So we'll often have contracts for the whole city, but that doesn't mean that we're not working with people in all wards in the city.
And also the housing stock is fairly scattered, Malcolm.
It is.
Compared to how it would be in a local authority. We've got over 3,000 properties in the what we call general needs, but they're not concentrated in particular areas. And so while there's a lot of interest in the terms of use placemaking, which is not a great term, but you get the idea. Our ability to do that is really dependent on doing that in partnership with other agencies in most of the places where we have stock.
And I was listening to you earlier on about the 550 staff or workers you've got, something like that. And I wanted to ask questions around that about percentages and so on, and of ethnicity, race and ethnicity, about procurement, and about subcontracting and so on. Those sorts of issues that, you know, really we're really keen on. So what can you tell me about that?
So we in terms of our workforce, that 559% of our workforce are from Black, Asian or minority ethnic groups. That's too low. So we've set a target in the Race Action Plan of reaching 15% over the next 3 years, and we've got a lot of work in the background to help us meet that target. It's just worth bearing in mind when you look at that number that we cover the whole of the region. So we also work in Barnsley and Doncaster, for example, where there's much lower, where the population is, the white British population is more in the majority. So 9% of our overall workforce. The statistic we are most concerned about is that 3% of our managers are from Black, Asian and minority ethnic groups. That's not good enough. So again, in our Race Action Plan, you'll see that that we're making steps to improve in that. We're one of the few organisations in the country that track our BAME pay gap. Our median pay gap for BAME people is 5.5%. And that's largely driven by the lower levels of BAME managers in the organisation. That affects that number. So that's our data on workforce. In terms of your question on procurement, so we I don't have those numbers in terms of how much money we spend, I think is maybe the question, Malcolm, with businesses that are Black BAME led. But it's an area that NISA's been looking at as part of the Race Action Plan. We are an organisation that spends an awful lot of our money in our region, so we've got a good start on that. But the truth is we don't know that yet. We need to know that.
Yeah, I mean, I could actually so much more, but I know the chair might shoot me or something like that. But, so I'll hand over to you, Chair, and keep things going.
Sorry, Malcolm, I just add as well, we've also had a look at our development plan in terms of new development to make sure that's got a new focus on BME housing. And I think in the social sector generally, there's a responsibility to provide a diversity of type and location and size, because that's not what you get from private development, which has a different model, which is develop so you can achieve a profit if possible at the point of sale, and that leads to a much narrower kind of product as a result, which doesn't sit well with the composition of many communities.
I'm sure all these documents will be sent to the chair. He would love them. Thank you very much.
Yes, Malcolm. Yeah, I think Nisa's putting together a nice list for us as we speak. Thank you. Daljit, can I just invite you to ask your question? And it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about research, but this is one in relation to research around action and examples. So, Daljit.
Just bear with me, I'm here. Yeah, thank you for the contribution so far. I've been part of the whole cohesion and housing agenda and equalities for quite a while, including with Dave Robinson as well. So just thinking, as a result of all the work that's gone on, can you give me an example of where we've actually put something into action, rather than it's another report, it's there, we refer to it. Can you share something with me, Ian, or
No, I think it's a very good question, and I'm struggling. And I think that's, in a sense, that's the point. You can chart the dimensions of inequality. You can pick up on the differences by neighbourhood. You can pick on gaps in terms of experiences, different communities. Then the next step after that is really what has been lacking. It's kind of encircled the problem rather than taking the next step. So I am struggling to think of a report. It was quite interesting. It wasn't really research. I don't know if you heard there was a discussion about the community cohesion reports, the so-called Cantwell reports 20 years ago.
Yeah, I led it. I was actually part of the original.
Yeah, so you know that on that, but you know, I don't know what I took from that was.
Well, Ted did then come into Sheffield and do a further report, and part of that was housing, based on the research done by Fraser, Dave as well, and Richard Tomlin. So there was meant to be something. So who do we hold accountable then, Ian? I mean, I know South Yorkshire Housing are doing some great work. Ashiana works quite closely with them as well. What should we do? Who should we hold accountable?
Hold accountable for the lack of action.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to talk about particular pieces of research. I just think you need to get that embedded in the research from the outset about who you're delivering this to, what for, and to make sure there's some kind of follow through, because the whole story really, I don't know if you'd agree, has been the one which Malcolm and I and other people were involved in, and then really a period of silence.
Yeah.
So Ian, how would we turn that into a recommendation? You know, this thing around you know, being able to evidence impact. You know, sorry to use ref speak.
That's all we're used to, aren't we?
for any academics in the room, but how could we turn that into a real recommendation?
Well, I think you could have a very productive conversation, which I'd be very happy to be involved in as well, with an organisation that's called CASH, which is about housing evidence. I don't know if you're familiar with it, of which David's involved in, which is precisely about trying to have impact in ref speak, trying to have impact, and where there's so far been very little work. It's been going about 3 years. On race and diversity, but where are the plans to change that? So to put pressure on that, they've got partners as well. These aren't just, it's not just a bunch of academics and funders. They've got partners scripted into that. And the whole premise of that is research doesn't lie on the shelf, but gets off the shelf and, you know, makes change. So I think it would be a really productive outcome to suggest that with the partners, that was work. Cash has got money, it has got funding, it can do things. Well, you don't have to go cap in hand to different organisations. I'm sure they'll love me for committing their funding for this purpose rather than any other, but that's okay.
Okay, I might come back to you, Ian.
Yeah, I think that is one avenue, I think, where Sheffield Focus could well be considerable mileage in that.
Just to bottom them out. I know that other commissioners have questions, but I've been like a slave driver today, and I haven't been giving breaks to commissioners between sessions, and I have 5 minutes now. The luxury of 5 minutes to give to back to commissioners before our next session. So I apologise to any commissioner unable to ask a question at this point. I'd like to thank Julianne, Nissa and Ian for your attendance today and for your various offers of additional materials and time. Much appreciated. And please stay in dialogue with us, stay in contact, and keep track of what's happening with the commission. Commissioners, thank you. Just take a few minutes to have a comfort break, and we'll start again at 2. And Secretariat, thank you very much for this session. So thank you, South Yorkshire Housing Association.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
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 Hello, Debbie. It's good of you to join us today. You can take yourself off mute if you like. Hello, yeah. Kevin Hilton here. Will you be joined by anyone, or are you by yourself this afternoon?
My chairperson was due to join me. I've been trying to contact her, and she's not responding, so I might actually be on my own. I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong. I lost the link for this meeting because there was a confusion about which session I was coming to. So somehow the link's gone missing. I'll keep an eye out and just check whether she responds.
Okay. All right, lovely. Whilst that's going on in the background, I'm going to just hand over to Adele Robinson, who is going to go through some preliminaries before we get into our dialogue. Thanks, Adele.
Good afternoon, Debbie. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the context of the commission before we start. So the commission is, as you know, is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield. The commission was established to work on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the 2nd day of the civic life and communities hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report submitted to key stakeholders for action. The Commission has invited you as a witness today to share your knowledge and experience of the following key areas from the Race Equality Commission's terms of reference. Those 5 areas are your experience and knowledge of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield, which may be of use to the Commission. Knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related equality duties or frameworks. any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racial inequality or racism within the city, and what you believe would be the best ways to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. As a witness today, you're required to act in good faith, and by appearing here, we are taking it that you do. For those in attendance, please note that the hearing is being recorded and it will be available afterwards. Commissioners are the only people that are allowed to ask questions, but any information that you've supplied that is non-confidential will be made available on the Commission's website afterwards. Can all those in attendance please note to wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can commissioners and invited guests introduce yourself before speaking? And can commissioners add any questions you've got into the chat and send them to me, and I'll pass them on to the chair. And now I'll pass you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. And just a reminder to commissioners that the chat, any questions in the chat should go privately to Adele rather than to all. Debbie, welcome. Thanks for joining us today. I'm also joined by the commissioners from the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, who will be connecting with you as they ask you questions. Before they do, could you introduce yourself and your organisation, and just offer us some of the highlights of your submission to the Race Equality Commission, and could you also tell us what role you played in the writing of the submission?
So my name's Debbie Matthews. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Manor and Castle Development Trust, which is a charity stroke social enterprise that operates in the Manor Castle wards, but we also work across Park and Arbourthorne and a little bit of work in Richmond around specific projects. I was the main author of the submission, and I did have some contributions from the staff who provided me with the data that's included in that submission. Manor and Castle Development Trust is an organisation that's been it was established in 1997. It was originally set up to manage a regeneration programme through what was then called single regeneration budget. I think some people may well remember those heady days of significant grants. We were awarded, I think it was about 16.35 million, which was to be spent over 7 years, so 1997 to 2004. And it was across 7 themes. It was the basis of the submission to SRB had been the conclusion of a 12-month consultation with local communities, and it was the local communities who identified the 7 themes that they thought were the most important to address some of the regeneration issues that were around at the time. We've since changed as an organisation. We sort of became what I would say an accountable body for public money because of the success we'd had with spending SRB money, because some of you will remember that in those days, one of the biggest KPIs that you were monitored on was how fast and efficiently you spent public money. So 2004 saw the end of that era, really. And we became what I would say is a development organisation back to our roots, which is community development. And that's really the heart of what we deliver now, is community development and activities that meet the needs of the local communities. I don't know whether that's sufficient.
Yeah, that was great. Yes, thank you, Debbie. I'd like to, before I bring other commissioners in, I'd like to invite my colleague Jonathan to speak with you. Jonathan, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Hi, Debbie. Thanks for coming. Yes, Debbie, I'm Jonathan Williams. My practice in terms of my professional career is working with young people. Half of my career over the past 20 years has been working with young people in communities, whether that's been re-engaging young people back into some sort of positive destination or disaffected, or supporting young people to get access to sort of training programs. The other half of my career has been working with young people within education. I spent some years working in the Manor and Park area as a youth worker back in the early 2000s, so I know the area well. I know some projects very well up there as well. I don't know the Hood project, which is Regan set up in the top of Manor, I think it is, and also Shaped. So I know a number of projects that's happening within the Manor area. So I'm familiar with the area. So that's a bit about me. My sort of focus has always been around young people. First question is that in your sort of evidence you submitted, you talk about the initial CRB funding in the 90s. What were the key objectives of the organisation then, and how have they changed to where you currently are now?
Sorry, can I just clarify? You mean SRB rather than CRB?
SRB, so yes, SRB. I'm sorry.
All right. Okay.
So, right. Okay. So, I wasn't part of the organisation in 1997 when it was set up, but I was linked to it through the work I was doing in Sheffield Health Authority as a health promotion officer. So my recollection of the main objectives, it was around changing the environment and making the Manor Castle ward a place for that people chose to live in and to work in. I don't think the objectives have actually changed that much, if I'm honest. When I look at the themes that we were working on in 1997, it's not really changed that much. So our current explicit objective is around supporting people to transform their lives, which encompasses quite a lot of things, but essentially underpinning that is community development. So we want to work with people to actually support them to change the things that aren't working for them in their lives. So removing barriers to employment, for example. So yeah, and training. We're not a training organisation. We do some niche training, but the breadth of what we do reflects what the communities are saying they want and need. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Sorry.
I was just going to say, you might have to bear with me. I've had my second vaccine jab today, and I've been taking paracetamol to hold off the side effects. So if I start to sound a bit incoherent, it's probably because I'm starting to feel the impact of having the vaccine.
Okay, good advert for you. Okay. Just on that, is there anything that the Race Equality Commission can learn from the form of urban planning, such as targeted deprivation, effective partnerships, and working with sort of local government?
Yeah, Manor Castle Development Trust, it was actually set up as a partnership organisation, and it had basically the number of seats were equal between the community, the local authority and the private sector, and we've still kept that structure to some extent. So the community have always got an equal say on the decision making that takes place. The way that it works in practice is that the local authority and the community sector cannot be outvoted by the private sector and the local authority joining together, and that's written into the constitution. So I think that was quite important in terms of the SRB days. I think it was the first partnership that was set up to deliver a SRB programme in Sheffield in that way. I would say that it's not perfect. It does have its challenges that come with that. I think I would quite like to go back and rewrite our memoirs to actually increase the number of community representatives that we can have on the governance structure. and I think I mentioned in my paper, I think it's our biggest weakness at the moment in terms of the issues that you're looking at, because we don't represent, the governance structure doesn't represent our community anymore, and we will need to rewrite the Member Arts in order to facilitate that and to change that.
Yeah, you just to touch on that, you mentioned a bit of some gaps in terms of that model. Highlighted one, but is there any other gaps that you think that model presents for sort of working effectively in terms of the goals that your organisation want to achieve for the community?
Yeah, I think it's too narrow in terms of community. We take a representative from the 3 local community forums, but those community forums in themselves don't represent that whole community anymore. And also we don't have a representative from Park and Arbourthorne, for example, which is a weakness. So in order to facilitate that, we need to grow the board and increase the number of representatives to make sure that we do get that different perspective and a whole range of different voices. And I am really conscious of the fact that our community has really changed over the last decade, really, and you can see from some of the statistics I put in, we've got a really diverse, really vibrant community, and we're not harnessing that in a way that I think we could if we change the way that we work at a governance level, but also in the way that we engage with communities.
Yeah, okay. In your efforts to talk about humble beginnings and the growth that included 50% BAME staff, now you talk about the workforce is no longer representative of the community in one of the most deprived wards of Sheffield. What has happened over the years to make this the case?
I don't have much turnover. So I've got staff who have been working for the trust from pretty much day one still. And in order to recruit new, fresh talent, I need people to move on or to leave. I have had a couple of retirements recently, and it's quite challenging because people don't want to retire either. I've got people who are well over retirement age who don't want to leave. So for me, that is the biggest challenge. So the last 4 appointments that we've made, we did manage to recruit people from the community who were from some of the new communities that are living in our patch. And the other issue is about recruiting younger people as well. We've got an ageing workforce. So I think over time we will see people leaving and being able to look at how we recruit and making sure that when we do recruit, we are actively looking to make sure that we represent, that our workforce does represent the communities as it is now and not as it was in 1997.
What positions do your current BAME staff hold within the organisation?
It's a range of staff. Most of our staff are actually what I would call front facing, so most of them are delivery staff. Even the managers actually deliver as well. So I have I think I put it in the report that one of my senior management teams is from one of the Black communities, and the other staff are mainly what I would say face-to-face delivery staff. They're out there delivering health and wellbeing activities and direct work with communities.
Yeah. So what have the organisation done to sort of provide pathways for progression to senior management roles for Black, Asian and other minoritised communities?
So we've got a very flat structure. So we have there's only one layer between me and the delivery staff. So we've got again, it's a weakness. We don't have huge opportunities around pathways for people. We have upgraded, we did upgrade staff in order to enable 2 people actually to join the senior management team because they had taken on additional responsibilities. But the opportunities are limited actually for progression in our organisation because it is so flat a structure.
Yeah, and besides the sort of flat structure of your organisation, is there any other sort of gaps that you've seen that's prevented sort of progression routes?
Sorry, in what way?
Well, I think, if I can just interject,
yep.
Jonathan, I think the issue here is about literally the flatness of the structure.
Yeah.
You're either here or you're there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's not like some of the larger organisations.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I mean, we are a relatively big organisation in terms of the voluntary sector. We have 77 staff, but most of those are actually part-time staff. There's a large proportion of part-time staff. But you're right. The issue is that we are a very flat structure. I think what we are good at, though, and we've just had our Investors in People accreditation again. What we are good at, I think, is offering people development opportunities and training, and making sure that that's across the organisation. And we actually do target senior managers are less likely to get training than other members of staff, if I put it that way. And we give people opportunities to step sideways and to take on projects to give them experience and new development opportunities, which might then lead them to move into another organisation at a higher level. And we have had a couple of success rates with that, where people have moved on and they've moved into the next level up for them, a deputy role or a senior manager role.
Yeah, great, good. In your sort of evidence, you described how the board membership is a weakness. Can you say a bit more about this?
Yeah, we're restricted by our memonarts, and again we've actually. So a few years ago, I'll just rewind, a few years ago, we hit a real issue where we were verging on having to go into administration because of the financial circumstances we found ourselves in. And it took us about 3 or 4 years to really dig ourselves out of that situation. And trying to recruit new trustees in those sort of circumstances was really hard. So actually recruiting trustees full stop has been a real challenge for us. And then on top of that, we've got a memonarts, which is actually quite restricted to a representative from each of the community forums, local authority reps and private sector reps. So I think those are the reasons why it's been quite challenging for us, and it is a weakness, and I'm really conscious of that. If you saw my office, I've got a big piece of flip chart and I've got my priorities where I think we need to do work. One of them is around young people, because I think there are some real gaps in our area in terms of support for young people. And the other one is governance, and us actually grappling with our governance. We were already grappling with it, but actually the conversations over the last 12 months around Black Lives Matters and some of the work that's been done in the city has just heightened that for me as a chief exec.
Yeah. And has there been any time over the past 10 years when you've had more representative in terms of diversity?
On the board, yes, we did actually. We did manage to recruit a resident from the Park and Arbourthorne area who was from one of the Black communities, and she was looking for a personal development opportunity, and we provided her, we brought her on the board. We put a good induction program in. I used to do pre-meetings with her so that she got up to speed, and she became a really valuable member of the board. And then she left because she got a job and she wasn't able to fit in the board meetings with her job. So we lost her at that stage. I'm still in contact with her, and she's gone on to do some other really interesting things in her voluntary time.
Yeah, okay. we have spoken to other organisations from the voluntary community faith sector around the challenge in terms of short-termism to do with funding and contracts. Are you aware of this yourself?
Painfully, I'm afraid, painfully aware. Yeah, it's a source of tension, I think, for the voluntary sector, voluntary and community sector. And as far as I can recall, it's not been a great deal different. The SRB days were the days where we got 7 years of guaranteed funding, and those have long gone. Contract-wise, my experience over the last 10 years, we've had to tender for contracts that have lasted 6 months. We've very rarely had a contract for more than 2 years. I just think it's a real challenge for the sector. It means you can't plan. It affects your workforce. It affects your governance. It affects your financial stability. It's a massive challenge, I think.
Okay. Is there any other sort of what have been some of the knock-on effects of that for you as an organisation in terms of the work that you do?
It means that we're constantly juggling with little pots of money to try and secure people's jobs. And when you're trying to secure people's jobs and it's short-term money, you lose that investment in staff, because if you have to make staff redundant, I mean, touch wood, I've not had to make anybody redundant for a couple of years now. I may well be facing that this financial year, because this year is far more challenging than last year, and our trading arm is not doing very well at the moment because it's obviously impacted by the economy and what's happening with COVID. So it's staff retention and staff recruitment into short-term jobs is really not ideal.
Yeah. In your evidence, you mentioned the South Yorkshire, the South Sheffield partnership with 10 communities and BME clusters. Can you say more about it through and how through you a community infrastructure was developed?
So this was again a bit before my time in terms of my role with the trust. But I was involved in some of that work. So the South Sheffield Partnership was a construct for mainly European funding and some match from government funding, and it was meant to be resources that went into developing community anchor organisations so that there was a strong voluntary sector infrastructure across those 10 neighbourhoods. And out of the conversations, there was a real issue around engagement with the racially minoritized communities. I learned that term yesterday. I'm sort of adopting it at the moment. And it was about trying to create that sustainable infrastructure. In some instances it worked, and in other places it didn't work quite so well. And I think it was to do with the individual organisations' views on assets and the value of having an asset base alongside other types of funding. And I think for some organisations, they found it really hard to get past the dependency on grants and understanding of what other opportunities there were around social enterprise development, for example.
Yeah, can you expand more on the model of the BME cluster and what we can learn from it?
So the BME cluster was a way of engaging with the Black and minority ethnic communities in those 10 neighbourhoods, and there was 2 development workers recruited in order to do that, and it was around engagement to make sure that the Black and minority ethnic communities were able to benefit and to engage with the community anchor organisations in those 10 neighbourhoods.
Okay. In your evidence, you've highlighted institutional racism exists in Sheffield. Can you say why you think it is no worse than any other cities, first of all?
I think it's because I think racism runs through all our institutions from the very top, national level, right through to local community level. And I think Sheffield, I've had a conversation recently with a colleague of mine who is from one of the Black communities, who hasn't always lived in Sheffield, and has said that, you know, for them, Sheffield feels like a safer place than some of the other cities that they've lived in. So that probably influenced the comment that I made. I think if I look around some of the other big cities around us, Leeds, I've got a bit of experience of Leeds, actually. I used to take my daughter to dance classes in Leeds, drop her off and then go into the city centre. Those days in Sheffield, you didn't used to see the BNP on Sheffield streets. In Leeds, they were outside the train station lobbying and giving leaflets out. So I suppose my view of Sheffield is, yeah, I am biased, I will admit. I'm born and bred in Sheffield. I love Sheffield, and I probably hope it's not as bad as other cities. But from my own experiences, I feel as though Sheffield is a more open, welcoming city than other places that I've been. But that's a personal view.
Yeah. And can you share any examples from a local context of how institutional racism might have impacted the work that you've been involved in across the Manor and Castle ward, or Sheffield in general?
I think my observation will be that you just look at the partnerships and the main institutions in Sheffield, and the fact that we've not made any inroads into those decision-making bodies actually reflecting the population of Sheffield. I've already said that our governance structure doesn't include people from Black and ethnic communities, and I think that's a real weakness, and I think that is systemic, and I think that's something that we need to address collectively, and I think that's reflected across other institutions in Sheffield. I think there are, I think it is in an institutional issue. I think for me, I have actually been doing a lot of thinking about this, partly because I did have an incident in work where as a result of the Black Lives Matters movement, I had a bit of an incident that I had to deal with, and it has made me think and read and go to some training, and it does highlight, for me it's highlighted how endemic that racism actually is, and how embedded it is in Sheffield and in institutions. I just don't think we can deny it. I think it is overt. I think it's, you know, yeah, anybody who's got a social conscience will see it and feel it.
And as an organisation or individual yourself, have there been any examples where, you know, this active things that you've done to sort of challenge it, and what was some of those outcomes?
As an organisation, we adopted a zero tolerance to racism, and I have had cases. I have actually dismissed somebody for racism. We obviously went through the right processes, but they were dismissed for racism. The evidence was there. I had an incident recently where a member of staff circulated some material which was related to Black Lives Matters and understanding racism, and circulated it to the whole staff team. And there was one particular team who actually believed that they had been accused of being racist, and really reacted quite badly to that. my response was to actually meet with them, to talk to them about what their concerns were and actually challenge them. And since then, they've all they've actually been on training. They've been on training because they didn't actually understand what I was saying around institutional racism, and that underpinned what was happening around Black Lives Matters, and the reading that had been sent round was about them educating themselves around those issues, and understanding that the trust had a zero tolerance on racism. So those are two examples, and I have, as an individual, as a person, on a personal level, I have had conversations with my friends around those issues, and I have challenged, on a personal level, I have challenged racism in my personal life with friends. Well, when I say friends, they used to be friends. It was part of a friendship group, and I'm no longer friends actually with two people as a result of that.
Yeah. Okay. That's the end of sort of my questions. I don't know if there's anybody else who's got any additional questions.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. I was just wondering, before I ask Ruth to ask her question, followed by Daljit, I was wondering, Debbie, do you see any difference between your zero tolerance stance, zero tolerance to racism stance, and being an anti-racist organisation?
So the zero tolerance was a direct result of having to deal with racism in our workforce. It was before I had really started to get start to do the thinking and talking to colleagues and going to training around it. I think we as an organisation need to do some thinking, and it'd be quite nice to get some support in, you know, to have some challenge around what we would look like if we were a truly anti-racist organisation. Whilst I've done some thinking around that, I've been on I went on a racial literacy workshop, I've been on the race and governance workshops, done some reading, talked to some colleagues. I still need to do more work on actually pinning down what we would look like if we were an anti-racist organisation, and therefore where does zero tolerance fit within that? Does that make sense? Sorry.
Yes, it does.
I feel as though I'm just
No, the the vaccine is working as it should do, and you're absolutely fine. Everything's good. Ruth, can I ask you to introduce yourself before asking your question, please?
Hi, Debbie. I'm Ruth MacDonald. I'm a social worker, and basically I've done quite a lot of work on the Wyburn. I've also seen the Wyburn go from strength to strength and go basically plummet basically all the way down. A lot, obviously one of the questions what I'm basically wanting to ask is when we're looking at BME and we're looking at black boys gangs, there's a lot of that, you know, taking place within those areas. What are we doing in regards to engaging? And I think one of the big things, if you know those areas, we're talking mixed race boys.
Yeah.
There's a big number in mixed race. So do we actually have the resources to engage with mixed race children?
Well, this is a huge question, Ruth. It breaks my heart actually to see some of the things that we see around some of our young people, particularly like you said, mixed race, the mixed race boys, and the black guys as well. We know we've got a problem with organised crime and exploitation in our patch, and you'll know that from Wyburn. It's been a real issue, a massive issue around drug dealing and other organised criminal activity. And I would say there is absolutely not the resources to deal with this. We've never had the resources to deal with it properly. I've been involved in a project called Sheffield Youth Neighbourhoods and Communities, which was basically me talking to a couple of, I was introduced to Lloyd Samuels by another colleague called Mubarak to have this conversation about what are we going to do. And we are hopefully getting some resources through that project. In September, we've got a lottery bid that we were successful, but it's the tip of the iceberg. And I wish I knew what the answer was, but I tell you, one of the things that bothers me is the education system not meeting the needs of those young people. While ever they can earn 6 figures doing drugs, what do we offer them as an alternative? And we don't. They're not going to go into a minimum wage apprenticeship when they can earn 6 figures. And I remember having a conversation with one of my work colleagues used to run our youth provision, which we no longer run because we've run out of money, and she decided that she didn't want to do it anymore and we couldn't recruit. She had a conversation with a young man who she'd known since he was knee-high, used to come to the youth club. He's now an adult who's got 2 babies of his own, and he's just, well, at this time he'd just come out of Doncaster prison for drug dealing. And she said, are you going to go straight now because you've got 2 babies? And his answer was, no. Why would I? Because I am never going to be able to look after my babies in the way that I want to unless I carry on doing this, and it's part of job description. Sorry, this is really, I find it really hard. It's really hard, and you'll know as a social worker the impact that has on families. So absolutely, no, we do not have the resources. I'm not even convinced we've got the right relationships within our area to be having those conversations. We don't have those relationships, and we need to be recruiting people into proper youth work jobs where they have got lived experience, and they're the ones who can make a difference to those young men in particular, and young women actually. Young women are as equally at risk of this exploitation. So I feel as though I've been on a bit of a rant, but you've actually hit the what if. Honestly, if it was one thing I could have a magic wand and change, it would be that.
I'm glad. It does need highlighting because, you know, so many's gone to prison and so many's been killed.
I remember a few years ago, Ruth, we had an incident on Wyburn where we had 3 young people. One was shot, one was stabbed, and one was beaten within an inch of his life. And we had a meeting and I've never been in such a big meeting. But everybody was talking about it, and then it disappeared. By the time it had disappeared, there were 3 of us sat in that room trying to have a conversation about what do we carry on doing. Everybody had disappeared. The police had gone. The local authority had disappeared. There was 3 of us in that room, and that is tragic. Tragic.
It's sad. On that note, I'll pass you back to Professor Kevin. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Ruth and Debbie. Daljit, can I invite you to ask your question, please? If you could introduce yourself first.
Yeah, Debbie Daljit, Core Commissioner, was also one of the good old days SRB team, BCF Black Card. Spent a lot of time up there at Manor when we were setting up the original models and that whole collaborative approach across the city. So I feel your pain, but I also appreciate the hard work that you've actually done in the area. But just thinking about your model, racism is still there and we know it. And I know we're trying to address it, but it's a real challenge when you've got mixed views of your trust, you'll have mixed views of your staff, as you've said, but then that of the neighbourhood itself. So I know of women being housed in the area that have either been abused domestically or trafficked, and they're still experiencing that racism. So if you are going back to that model, which was a really good one, which leaked in compact, we had a holistic approach, didn't we? If we go back to that, how are you going to try and embed it where the talking shop tick box bit moves and we actually move on to the practical solutions, which is what we used to do historically? How are you going to recreate that?
So recreate the structures, do you mean, Daljit?
The model, you know, you want to go back to, we've got to address racism. We've talked about that.
Yeah.
We talk about, you know, you gave a good example of lots of partners being around a table to discuss what do we do about the impact of drugs, trafficking, shootings. But at the end of the day, there's just the three of you sat there.
Yeah.
How do you shift that mindset, you know? Because it's not just your responsibility, it's the city responsibility.
It is. So the structures we've got now, we've got the Manor Castle Action Group, which is a forum where all the registered social landlords, the council, the police, the fire service and the voluntary sector sit together. We meet monthly. It is a bit of a talking shop, but out of that we've got a couple of other structures that have come out of it. So we've set up a community development workers forum, which is a doing group, and we've also got a youth providers group, which is a doing group. So it's about working together, sharing information, looking at what is it, if we work together, how can we get better outcomes. And we have done some really good projects, but we've not tackled the underlying issue that we're talking about today, which is that systemic racism. And I think that's something that we need to embed through all of those different structures, and at the moment it's not there. So we would need to start, I think, with the action group, and then that would then inform the development worker, the development workers forum, and the youth providers forum. We've also got a digital inclusion group, but that's a different project altogether. So but it is about bringing all those partners together and having those conversations.
And because I'm just thinking, so for example, we know, and you know this, Debbie, we can send people on training because they've been reprimanded or they've been caught doing what they shouldn't be doing. And it's from a personal view, I've watched it become a tick box over the years. And people carry on behaving, they do it the way they do, and say, oh, it's just the way so-and-so is. So who should fund your action groups or your working groups to move things to the next level?
I'm reluctant to say that this is about funding, to be honest. I agree with you about training. Unfortunately, I've been around a few I've been around the block a few years, and I remember the days of anti-racism training, and it actually it gave people who I know had the tools then to basically hide their views. They knew how to behave in certain places, but it didn't change their mindset at all. Going back to the question about who should fund it, I think I think it's about being really clear about what needs funding. So youth work, for example, I think youth work is a priority, and there should be more resources. If I told you that I think we've got 1 or 2 detached youth work sessions in our whole area. We've got a youth club, but it's not in our patch, it's in Woodthorpe. So young people have to travel, and you know that young people those who are most at risk will not travel from one area to another because it's not safe for them. So I think that's I think funding sometimes takes away from partnership working, and I think for me it's the partnership working and the conversations, because the resources are actually there. It's just how are they used and how can we use them better.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you. Sharon, would you still like to ask your question? We have a few more minutes before the next session.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, Debbie, Dr. Sharon Curtis, but I do head up Ellesmere Children's Centre. Quickly, I just wanted to ask, you mentioned about training, and I just wanted a little bit more about what specifically what was the training and what impact it actually had in terms of any changes that you could identify in terms of the staff and the way that they either developed or moved things forward.
It was informal training. It was around them working with their manager to have conversations and reading, and then coming back to a team meeting and having conversations about it. I think I've not seen a great deal of training recently that I would have confidence in, because I don't think it actually addresses the real issues, which is about people's behaviour and their values. And quite a lot of the training that I've up until recently, I think it was very much about ticking the boxes that you'd done racial awareness training or anti-racist training. I think we need something that is about understanding systemic racism. So it's not about the overt stuff that we can see and is relatively easy to challenge. It's much more about what can't we see and what's going on underneath that actually creates barriers and actually disadvantages people from Black and ethnic communities. So yeah, it's interesting. I went on the racial literacy training that Dr. Muna Abdi runs, and that really made me think. The other one that I went on that really hit home for me, and this is something that Ruth might know of, is training around adultification of Black young men and Black young women. That really made me think long and hard about what we do and how we work. So I think there is some training, but it's about how we use that and making it appropriate, for example. I don't know whether that answers you.
No, that's fine. I just didn't know if it was anything specific. So I was just asking really some sort of expansion in terms of that. So thank you. I'll pass you back to Professor Hilton.
Thank you, and Debbie, it's thank you from me and the rest of the commissioners for today's session. It's been really informative, and thank you for being so open with us this afternoon. And we'd love to stay in touch with you. If you can, if you can stay in touch with us, that would be great. We have to draw this session to a close just because we're moving on to another session at 3 o'clock. But thank you, and thanks to the commissioners for this session, and thanks to the Secretariat for organising it. Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. And commissioners, we're going to reconvene at 3. So you've got a quick break, and see you in a few minutes. Good afternoon, Jason. Afternoon, Dan, and welcome, Dawn. Good to see you. And thanks for your patience as we were overrunning just a little bit. It's great to have you here. Kevin Hilton, I'm chairing the session. Before we get going today, can I just hand you back to Adele, who is leading the Secretariat, and she's just going to go through a little bit of housekeeping.
Good afternoon. I just want to give you a little bit of context about the Commission before we begin. So, as you will know, the Commission was set up as an inquiry into the nature, causes, extent and impact of race inequality and racism within Sheffield. It's focusing on 6 key areas: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's the second day of the Civic Life and Communities hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report that will be produced, and it will be sent to key stakeholders for action in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you here as witnesses today to share your knowledge of 5 key areas of the Race Equality Commission's terms of reference. Those 5 key areas are your knowledge of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield that might be of use to the Commission, knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related equality duties and frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any examples of good practice that you have in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism and racial inequality within the city. As witnesses, you're required to act in good faith, and by being here today, we're assuming that this is so. For those in attendance, please note that this hearing is being recorded and it will be available afterwards. Only commissioners will be able to ask you questions, but any evidence that you've submitted that is non-confidential will be made available on the Commission's website afterwards. Can all in attendance please wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can commissioners invited guests please introduce yourself before speaking? Can commissioners remember to put any questions in the chat to me privately and I'll pass them on to the chair. And now can I pass you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thanks, Adele, and welcome Dawn, Jason and Dan this afternoon. As you can see around you, I'm joined by commissioners from the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, who I will invite to speak with you shortly. Before I do, Dawn, I wonder if you could introduce yourself and your position in the organisation, and could you say just a little bit about the submission that you made and the part that you played in writing it, and Jason, Dan, when you get the opportunity to speak next, if you could introduce yourselves before answering, that would be great.
Thank you very much, Professor Hilton. My name is Dawn Shaw and I'm the Director of Communities for Sheffield City Council. In the submission, it was a collective submission between myself and Jason and the Head of Youth Services, and we put the submission together basically to come today to answer questions on the work that we're doing currently in communities, youth, and around grants, specifically sort of grant aid. So just a little bit of context around this. Is a new developing area. So there were commitments made by the administration around empowering communities and putting in a new structure as we move towards a full committee system next year, so with local area committees. So I think one of the things that we want to do as we sort of proceed with this is that Sheffield City Council really needs to be connected to our communities and citizens. We need to be a council in and of our communities, working in the open, with and alongside people, a visible, accessible organisation. We recognise this about ourselves now. A council that puts people first, empowering communities and strengthening our relationships with citizens and customers, who will be at the heart of everything that we do, building on strengths and assets and enabling people to shape their communities. We want to be a council that is collaborative, working with all partners and citizens, providing leadership and support where it's needed, but also recognising actually when we need to get out of the way and we're not required. Within the council, we'll strive to work with common purpose. We want to build open and trusting relationships with partners and become a more collaborative, engaging and listening partner. Local area committees will play a critical role in our ambition in connecting to communities in every part of Sheffield, but so will our relationship with our partners in those communities. The aim of the Empowering Communities work we've listed out in the document that we submitted, and a link to the Cabinet report was provided that gives more detail to that. There is an opportunity as we start this journey for communities, the voluntary sector and public sector to work together to get better outcomes for all our communities. And the paper also outlines what this will mean for Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. As stated in the submission, Sheffield City Council will be taking serious account of the Race Equality Commission findings and recommendations. This will include reviewing these in the context of the Empowering Communities work to identify and respond to any issues that require a more localised neighbourhood, locality approach for further engagement. We need to ensure that all our communities of interest have a voice and can connect to the local area committees and the Empowering Communities work. And we would welcome any thoughts from the Commission in the report about that. On youth services, very quickly, the primary aim in taking the decision not to re-tender youth services again and bring the service back into the council was to improve positive outcomes for young people and the ambition to integrate provision for the benefit of young people. The Cabinet also made a decision to invest an additional 2 million into youth services once the service transferred back. I think the thing to say here again is that this is a newly emerging development, and we've recently developed a new youth strategy that's been out for consultation, and its vision is ambitious, inclusive and collaborative support for happy, confident and successful young lives by reshaping, integrating and connecting services to provide robust and trusted support. I think the thing is, again, we would welcome any feedback or involvement from the Commission in that work going forward. On grants, we focused on grant aid, but obviously we'll take questions on other grants and be able and provide information where we can. The grant aid supports groups that provide citywide services and is split into 4 sections, and the grant aid budget totals 1.437 million. A breakdown of the recipients is provided in the paper submitted. The council leader agreed to maintain budgets for 21-22 at existing levels through an individual cabinet member decision in January 2021, and this was due to the delay in reviewing grant aid, as this could not be achieved due to the COVID pandemic. A review of grant aid will take place this year, 21-22, and there will be full engagement exercise, impact assessments for organisations and equalities impact assessment before being submitted for decision and approval. Again, we would welcome recommendations from commissioners about the approaches we need to take, and we'd welcome the commissioners' involvement in the engagement and support for that review. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dawn. And you gave us some really useful insight on what you're doing, what the city's doing now in terms of its plan for the future. Could you also consider things that have happened in the past and how we've got to this point where you've needed to look forwards in such a positive way? Yeah, and to make it, so it's just a general, that's just a general point, because before inviting other commissioners to speak with you, I'd just like to ask Dr. Sharon Curtis to introduce herself before asking her first question.
Hello, good afternoon. My name's Dr. Sharon Curtis. I actually head up a children's centre in the Burngreave area of high deprivation. I also sit on a national board, which is Tactic, which works with professors and doctors who look at research in terms of the early years. I've also worked as a marriage guidance counsellor, and I have a background in play therapy and a little bit in family therapy. So I also head up a new service that we've got as a CEO called EMOSI, which is Transcultural Therapeutic Services for children aged 2 to 12 years. So thank you, Dawn. I was really interested in the fact that you've talked a little bit about the grant funding. One of the areas that have been raised within the Commission is actually looking at short-term funding, and it's been described as being quite problematic for community organisations to plan long-term and actually be strategic. Can you explain some of the priorities at present for the community grant aid?
Yeah. Jason, do you want to take that, please?
Yeah, I can take that. Thank you, Sharon. I'm Jason Siddall. I'm the interim head of communities. I'm responsible for the North and North East local area committee areas, and also responsible for voluntary sector liaison, and I manage the grant aid team in the communities team. I think we submitted the evidence in the paper, and I don't know whether all of the panel have had a chance to have a look through that. For the last 3 years, we've had a grant aid system that was put in place for 3 years. At that time when it was reviewed, it was before my time, but understanding and talking with colleagues, at the time there was an ask of the sector to give more certainty around funding. And that led to a decision that those grants would be awarded for 3 years and not year on year. At the moment, as Dawn's alluded to, that 3 years was up last year, and we intended to do a further review of grant aid. However, the COVID issue restricted us from doing that, and we had to seek approval to extend those grants for a further 12 months, which we did do. So we're into the review year, if you like, now, and we're currently looking at how we will plan, manage and develop and award grant aid moving forward. So it's kind of a good timing, if you like, in terms of the question, because that will be something that we'll have to consider as part of that review. But certainly from 2016, those awards were made for a 3-year period. I'm talking specifically about the grant aid budget now that I oversee.
Okay. Could you go a little bit further and tell me a little bit about the decision-making process and who actually represents on the panel and how allocations are actually made to specific groups?
Yeah. Well, the decision-making process is part of the process is that obviously what we have to do is look at all of the options. We involve consult at the time. So a review hasn't been done since 2015-16. But at that time, there'll have been a wide consultation with the sector in terms of our thinking, the thinking of the sector, etc. And then decisions will have been made based on that consultation. There will have been an inequalities impact assessment done around those decisions, where we consider effective groups, how that might affect certain groups, and all of that information is available. It's public information. It's you know, the actual report, the EIA, etc., is available on the council's website. So that can be provided, and you'll be able to see there the process, the report, how the consultation process, the EIA, and how the final decision was made. Ultimately, that final decision is made at Cabinet, so that will have been signed off at Cabinet, and that 3-year grant award period would have been approved, and then obviously we would have made the payments following that.
So in going back about representation, is there a wide representation even in terms of Black communities? Do they represent on there? Do they have any input into making those decisions?
Yeah, as I say, Sharon, it's quite difficult. I wasn't around at the time, and I didn't undertake.
Right,
I didn't undertake the review myself.
Yeah.
There will be there are colleagues working in the council who were around at that time who could provide the level of detail that you're after in terms of the groups that were involved in that consultation. But I can say that BAME organisations and communities will have been involved in that consultation process. And as I said, that can be demonstrated in the documents that are available. And as we move forward, we're doing the review this year. So as I say, it's quite pertinent, really. So yeah, we will be seeking the views of a diverse range of communities in terms of how we develop that next round of grant aid.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Sharon, can I just interject here?
Yeah.
Jason, can I just ask, so an equality impact assessment is normally done after decisions are made about what practitioners wish to do. But so how is ethnicity, so before the equality impact assessment, how is ethnicity factored into those deliberations around what is a priority and what isn't a priority for funding?
Yeah, so in terms of the last round of funding and the way that was organised, my understanding was that the idea was that funding was awarded against the council's priorities at that time. So we will have had a corporate plan, and there'll have been priorities in there in terms of what the council wanted to achieve, and quite as you will expect, some of those priorities will have been around ethnic minorities, BAME communities, etc. So that would have been factored into the way that we considered who we award those payments to. In the document that was provided, you will see that there are a number of organisations that are awarded grant aid that are supporting BAME communities, asylum seekers, etc. And I could talk about that a little bit more if you wanted to in terms of the actual organisations and what they deliver. But that will have been a factor as part of that review. Does that answer the question?
It gives me some insight. Thank you, Jason.
Sorry, can I just add to that? I think the thing is that...
Who's that?
Sorry, it's me.
Dawn.
Sorry.
It's
sorry,
Dawn.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, it's Dawn. Sorry, Dr. Curtis, it's Dawn. All I would say is that I would have to say that this time round there are lessons to be learned our consultation, our engagement, our reach into our BAME communities, not only on grant aid, but on grants per se. So, I'm not trying to defend what's happened in the past. What I'm saying is there are lessons to be learned and we need to learn them. And that's why I've said that actually having coming to this meeting today and having the input from the Commission would be really helpful to us at this time, because we've got lots of things that we're developing and in train. So that learning and that evidence and that reach would be really, really important to us moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Dawn. Sorry, I just couldn't see on my camera who was talking then. If we're staying on grants, and I don't know how pertinent this is, but is there anybody here who can tell me a little bit about the CIL, the Community Investment Levy funding, and how it is calculated and used to support community organisations?
I don't think we could tell you about how it's calculated there. That's planning services, officers.
Do you have any input in that, or have I got?
There are two levels of CIL. So there's the main, what we call the main overarching citywide CIL, which has got some very, very strict regulation and rule around it. And then there's what we call the neighbourhood CIL, which is devolved and can be spent in communities for infrastructure projects. And when we say infrastructure, that can be anything from, I don't know, a playground, or it can be something where we have a project that will bring lasting structure into a community for development, etc. Again, there are rules around that, and whenever we get bids in, so communities can bid into that pot. And whenever we get bids in, we have to then cross-check that with our planning and legal colleagues to make sure that we're not stepping outside of the regulations for that money. But it is available for community use. And again, whether or not we promote that widely enough, that's something we need to test out and we need to learn about. But it is definitely there as a pot for people to sort of bid into. But again, we have to check that we're within the regulation of it.
Okay. Is there any way that you keep any kind of data or figures to see in terms of equity and being fair across the city about which particular groups of people and those that are in less favourable positions as to who gets allocated this funding?
We could provide you with the data on the sort of allocations so far, so the bids that have come in and what's been paid out. We could give you that information, and we could also give information on the amounts of CIL in each area, because that is there's a minimum allowance, and then it's done on IMD how it's distributed then. So I can get you that information. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. So in terms of staying with the funding, what we've found in terms of community organisation is that there's a very competitive nature of funding that can be quite precarious for small community projects. How do you think that you can help and lessen the need for organisations to compete amongst themselves for small grants? And any chance that you could help to aid collaborations and ways of working?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's an excellent point, and I think that we recognise that that's what we've done in the past, and that's not helpful to anyone. So therefore, the intention is that there is that we move more to where we can to grant giving rather than to open competitive tender, or because obviously the grant giving will be about the outcomes that we want to achieve in our communities and how we would give that financial sustainability and support through grants. Usually if we're going out to tender or for people to bid in through a procurement exercise, it's normally for bigger amounts of money, and it's normally about service delivery. So it's getting that balance right between grants and procured sort of delivery, really. And then again, like you say, we will need the help of the sector in those different areas around collaboration and communication. And like I say, sometimes we might just be able to give a grant and then they can get on and deliver the outcomes that we're all wanting in that community. And the council needs to step out, because we're not, that said, stepping in and stepping out. And we need to understand the strength in stepping out as much as stepping in for the council. So for me, again, it's listening, it's work, it's being in those communities, working with those communities and partners, knowing, you know, sort of the strengths, knowing the gaps, knowing, you know, what we need to help and fulfill with, but actually what those communities are really strong at, and that, you know, that they deliver. They're the trusted people in their community, not the council. And we need to build on that, really. So I think it's getting back in touch and getting that trust and that relationship back between the council and its communities and its partners.
Okay, thank you. I also see within the portfolio that you support early intervention, and I just wonder how you do that in terms of need. So particularly with children and families in areas of deprivation, how in fact you look at the need as it continues to grow, because I would hope that within Sheffield that you're quite aware of the fact that in terms of children with autism and ADHD, that's increasing, and children with language delay and language difficulties are also issues that are affecting children and families. What sort of work do you do in terms of looking at those needs and allocating funding?
Okay, Dan, do you want to take that one?
Yes, Dan White, Head of Health and Targeted Services. So I'm responsible for the community youth teams, some of the engagement targeted positive activities work, engagement and progression of young people who are not in education, employment and training, youth involvement, and sort of the lower levels CSC and CC work, and those young people who are sort of returned from missing episodes. We go out and support those. In particular, in terms of supporting young people, as you've just asked, Dr. Curtis, we receive referrals through to our community youth teams, where if that's identified, we'll support by ensuring that any sort of speech and language assessments are made. Any other sort of special educational needs, if they're identified, appropriate referrals are made in order to ensure that the correct support is provided at the earliest possible stage at its best. Often, I think it's quite it's clear to see across all services, but sort of, you know, across education as well. There is, unfortunately, some stages where that is missed at an early opportunity, but the fact is, once they are referred in, it's picked up by the practitioners, and there are opportunities for that assessment to then take place and appropriate prevention to be appropriate guidance to then be given, provided to support them.
Right, okay. Yeah, in terms of those that actually getting missed, it can have a devastating effect. So that's why I'm kind of like championing early years, in that those sort of things, if we talk about early intervention, then we actually need to do what we say in terms of being very early.
Yeah, so the service that I oversee, it's not probably as early as you're probably referring to. It is by the time they've got into secondary school, that it's picked up with our services to be able to deal with that. So if it's anything sort of lower level, sort of infant school and junior schools, there are other services within the local authority that again do support that work. But I think it's just about widening the resource where possible to make sure that, you know, enough support is there to be offered at the most appropriate time.
Thank you, Dan. I'm going to go on to sort of young people, as you've touched on that, and can I ask you, what are some of the biggest challenges for working with young people in regards to race and racial disparities?
Challenges, I mean, resources is one, something that, you know, I think we've all identified over the many years that, unfortunately, I think it's a national issue, not just a local issue, it's nationally, that there hasn't been sufficient resources there to help support the development of support for young people, particularly those from sort of racially minoritized groups. those that do sort of get into the system, again, it's being able to identify those at the earliest opportunities and make sure that the support services that are available are provided, that they're accessible, that they're relevant and they're timely, and also provided with sort of not like-minded, but there's some sort of recognition in terms of for the individual to see themselves in the support that they're getting from the persons who are delivering that support to them.
Okay, thank you. Question for all three. Do you actually believe that structural racism exists in the city of Sheffield?
I think, yeah, speaking openly, yeah, I do.
Jason?
I think it's quite likely.
Dan, do you want to expand on that a little?
Yes, I think it exists in all spheres of life. Unfortunately, it's something that I think everyone needs to work towards at all levels across all services, organisations. So we know it's there. It's been identified.
Okay, I'll switch up a little bit to say, what do you hope that the local area committee will achieve as a new way of working?
I think for me, I'm hoping that we can reconnect with our communities, that actually we learn, we listen, that actually we're more in and of them. We're not seen as a separate entity. We're seen as a partner that the communities choose to work with. I am hoping that the communities have stronger voice and influence over the things that matter to them and the services that we provide, so they can help to shape the delivery of those. I'm hopeful that as a person who actually is very passionate about working communities, that I learn an awful lot personally from our diverse communities, and that I can be better at the work that I do, and that that we can all learn from each other, if you like. I am hopeful that people will be able to see a difference. So we answer the so what question. So why does it matter to me? Well, actually, because you can see a difference from the way that we're now trying to work with you and be in your communities working together. I'm hopeful that we can actually bring the issues of racism and discrimination to the fore, and we can out them. I'm really hopeful for that. And we can only do that by learning and listening and being better ourselves. So they're some of the sort of things that I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that people are safer, that they can enjoy better lives, that they feel more stable in their environment, that the communities are more welcoming and cohesive. So I've got some big ambitions for what I want to achieve through empowering our communities, because I think the community voice and their involvement and for them coming together. I mean, we saw a lot of this during COVID, communities coming together and supporting each other and helping each other. And I'm really keen that we build the assets and that we are helpful in that asset building, so that communities can sort of be self-sustaining and can be successful. So there's some of the hopes that I've got for the work that we're doing in empowering communities.
Okay. Yeah. So in terms of sustainability, lots of community organisation talked about, again, I don't know if it was for the previous person that was supposed to attend, but in terms of community asset transfer, is that an area that you're familiar with, or could talk a little bit about how Black communities in Sheffield have actually been able to gain sustainability by having the asset transferred to them? I don't know if you're aware of that.
We're not involved in asset transfer.
Right, okay.
But, I mean, I think if that's something that is important to communities and actually will build sustainability, then that's something that obviously as a council we need to be considering. I think what we're saying is that nothing's off the table for consideration. We need to listen, and we need to rebuild. And, if that's something that is a priority, or is something that the community groups are very keen on, then that's something that the council should definitely explore with community groups, but we don't know the detail of asset transfer, I'm afraid, sorry.
Okay, no problem. So in terms of partnership working, are you able to share to present day some of the skills and the expertise in terms of cultural literacy that Black communities use to strengthen service delivery in Sheffield?
Jason or Dan?
I can share some of the work that we've certainly been involved with, or rather partners. One thing that we're keen to ensure is that we can't deliver it by ourselves. So as we've been delivering services to young people, over the last few years, it's not something that we can just go into an area and deliver by ourselves. We think it's very important to sort of bring in and harness the expertise from those local groups. So particularly across the city, where we know there are particular cultures and communities, how we're making sure that those groups which are set up in those communities get an opportunity to influence the type of delivery, and if not deliver it themselves. So particularly where there's been an opportunity through any external funding grants and such, it's how can we involve them greater in that delivery, so that it has a wider impact and in a more immediate sort of response to any of the challenges that those communities are facing.
So in terms of the community engagement for young people, it still remains quite an area of contention for many because of the issues of the lack of diversity amongst the youth workers, the lack of cultural competence that's used, and the engagement process that are sometimes quite flawed. What are your experiences of these issues?
I think it comes down to the actual volume of resources available, not so much the in terms of the lack of diversities that you reference. So particularly with the services that I run, about a third of the workforce is from a racially minoritized group. So we are actually, one of the most diverse teams out there delivering in the communities already.
So a little bit more about your service and where it's based and what you do.
Well, it's citywide. So with the community youth teams, for example, they've allocated across the north, east and west of the city, operate out of Sorby House, Sharrow and Addison Crescent in the east. And then the actual youth work delivery itself, so the universal youth work, that's delivered right across the city in a number of different clubs up and down the city. And with the youth involvement, particularly, again, we try to make sure that those young people who are representing other young people in the city are as diverse as possible, and we're widening that to make sure that they are going out into the community a lot more and not sort of sitting back and waiting for the young people sort of come to them with any issue, but they're sort of more front facing with that. Obviously with the other services, CSC particularly, that's based on referrals, so that again it depends on those who are being exploited as to whether or not we'd be engaging with them. But in terms of the staff workforce itself, it does reflect the city makeup of minoritized groups.
Okay. Can I ask a little bit then in terms of the People Directorate, and in terms of mainstream officers, whether they reflect Black communities? So in terms of the positions held within that directorate, do you really feel that there's a reflection there?
I think the short answer is no. No, sorry, no. In some areas, yes. In most areas, no. Especially at senior level, I would say that it's not reflective, and that we've got work to do. So I think we recognise that. In some areas, I would say that we do have a balance. So Dan's just spoke about youth workers. In some of the sort of children's services and social work services, we do reflect the community, but I would definitely say at senior level we don't, and there's work to do around that.
Yeah. So in terms of reflection, where there's issues in terms of being able to make decisions, that's about holding power as well. So if that reflection's not there, how can we make those changes? Jason, sorry, was you going to say something?
No, I wasn't. Curtis, no. It's all right. I'll let Dawn continue with this one.
Yeah, so if that reflection's not there, Dawn, I just wonder how we will make those changes at the senior level.
Yeah, I think the thing is that I've talked before about our understanding, our listening, and our need to become trusted. And I think that we will need help with that, with our partner organisations, with the VCF, and being in and amongst the communities ourselves as senior leaders as well, not just the staff that work in there. I think as senior people, we need to be more visible, and we need to be out and about and showing that we're listening. But on the other thing, I think as a council, we need to look at our recruitment processes. We need to look at our succession planning. We need to look at our training and diversity. We need to look at all of the internal measures that we have around recruitment. So maybe what we're not doing is we're not targeting our recruitment in the way that we should. We need to look at that. So basically, if the way that we're actually putting jobs out isn't actually bringing in the talent and the diversity that we need in that area, then we need to revisit that, and we need to look at how we bring that diversity in and that talent. So we have a job of work to do, is what I would say. I'm not going to pretend that we don't, because we do. And like I say, especially at a senior level, and until we can get that balance back, I think whether that is, like I said, through succession planning, through replacement when people leave, better job opportunities, better training and development of our members of staff that we have at this moment in time, so they actually have that ambition and can see themselves in those senior roles, and they're allowed that opportunity to flourish. Whatever we need to do in that area, I think that's a job of work for the council that we need to do.
Thank you, Dawn. That's great. So for all three of you, what are some of the future recommendations and actions that need to take place in order to ensure that we have a very different, reflective Sheffield?
I think I mentioned some of the ambitions that I have for that. I think one of the things is that the community needs to see itself in the council. So it needs to be able to look at the council. It needs to, like you say, in our workforce, in our engagement, in our delivery. It needs to actually see it's all, it needs to be able to do that through all the facets of the council. And for me, I think, like I said, we definitely need to be a listening and learning organisation moving forward. And one of the things is where there are community partners, especially in the sort of BAME community, who are better equipped to do the consultation, the work, we need to help them build their assets. We need to help to build in that community, as I said before, needing to know when we step in and when we step out. I think is really important for the council. We need to get away from this paternalistic view that we've had in the past, where we think, for all the best intentions, I need to add, we think that we know best. We now need to listen more, and we need to understand that that probably isn't where we are, and that there are people, the communities themselves know what's best for the communities, and they know what the issues are in their communities, and we need to listen more. So that would be sort of my ambition, and as I've said before, getting our workforce to be reflective of the communities that we serve.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, I think that there's an issue about trust, and Dawn talked earlier about the local area committee model and the ambitions for that. I think part of that is we need to engage and involve people in what's important to them, but we also need to demonstrate that there's been an outcome to that, and that actually what we said we'd deliver on, we actually do deliver on. So I think, for me, that's how you build trust. You listen, you engage, you involve, and then you deliver at the end. And we might not have always done that in the past as well as we would like to have done. And so for me, that's something that we really need to work on. I'll say no more. I think that kind of sums up my feelings on it.
Okay. Dan, did you want to add anything?
Just really, I think this is the start of that action. It's beginning, we're enabling sort of open and honest dialogue, and I think from that, all things considered, we I'd like to see that there is some progression into making that change that we all know is you know, very much needed and needed sort of now. So it's just, you know, building on what both Dawn and Jason just said there. It's just, let's move forward with it all. We've got, you know, there are enough skilled and knowledgeable people around the city, particularly from, you know, the diverse communities. It's just creating that platform to be able to enable those, you know, great minds to come out and really push the agenda forward.
Thank you. Professor Hilton, I'm just going to check in terms of time. I don't know if there's any other commissioners that want to ask any more questions, or
there's plenty of questions lined up. There were a number around the local area committees.
Okay.
People have talked about, you know, there was a similar system kind of structure before, and how did the local area committees differ now? There is another question, an interesting one, I think, around infrastructure support for Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic led voluntary community and faith organizations, and what's being done to try to support them. So that there are a number of questions there. What we don't have is a number of seconds, enough seconds to respond to them, unless any of our three guests wishes to grab any of those. And also, there's a point around the CYT teams only support 10 to 18s, and who supports the under 10s. So any, you know, if you want to take any of those before we close, that would be fine. Any of you, Dawn, Dan, Jason?
Okay, I'll take the one on. I think what people are alluding to before were the community assemblies, but I might be wrong. And the difference between the community assemblies and the local area committees is that the local area committees are a mechanism for devolving either services or funding into the communities through local councils, local elected members. The whole premise of this is about empowering communities. That's the push. That's the difference. That's the way now that the council wants to face, that we're empowering our communities to have voice and influence over what matters to them, and then the council hears that loud and clear, and that we respond to that. That's the difference for me between what went before and what's happening now. That the whole push is towards empowering our communities.
Yeah. Okay. Just on the infrastructure support one, I don't mind picking that one up very quickly. I think it's split into two areas. This is about supporting organisations practically. So it's not necessarily about funding organisations in terms of infrastructure support, although that is, I would imagine, something that's at the forefront of the question. But this is also about providing infrastructure support so that organisations can support themselves, can bid for money, can, you know, build that infrastructure, manage their organisation better. So I think it's twofold. I think this is something that we'll pick up as part of the review that we talked on earlier. So as I said earlier, there's a timely issue really in terms of the fact that we are actually reviewing our grant aid approach this year. And we'll build that into the review. So if there's any feedback on that, and you know, we're here to learn as well. If there are any comments or feedback on that, you know, as part of that review, we'd be happy to hear that. So
the review, it hasn't been done yet, has it, or has it been?
No, it hasn't been done yet.
So when will we have sight of it, and when will we be able to comment on it?
Well, we're starting the process now, really, as we're talking. And actually, part of this, I was talking to the team yesterday who are going to be undertaking the review with me, and saying that actually, you know, I wanted to wait for the outcome of the conversation today to understand, you know, what the sense of feeling was in the room, if you like. So as I say, it's timely, but we've literally just started to have the conversations about how that review might look. So I can't really expand further, but we'll be able to provide further details moving forward over the next few months.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you know, as soon as you get it and it's available, and you know, and any embargo on it has gone, if you could let us have it, that would be very helpful.
That's fine.
I think sorry, can I just say, on the paperwork that we sent, or the paper that you've seen on empowering communities, if there's anything that you, as I said, any feedback or any way that you want, you know, that the Commission can get involved in that sort of empowering communities piece, then we'd be really interested to hear that too.
Well, you know, obviously you have the information on our terms of reference and the focus of the Commission. We're really keen to identify kind of solid, coherent, smart recommendations that would be useful and for us to consider. So if you get to that point individually or together, if you could send them through to the Race Equality Commission inbox or directly to me for us to consider, that would be very, very helpful.
Thank you. We will.
Thank you.
On your point about CYT referrals being 10 to 18 years, depending on what the referral it is for, with those under at 10, there is the multi-agency support team available in children's services that can help for any young person who may be missing school, at risk of entering or re-entering children's social care, emotional health and wellbeing issues, etc., so that they can use.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to everyone again, time has run out. So I'd like to thank you, Dawn, Dan and Jason, for attending today and for being open to a further conversation down the line, and to give us any information, including the review or any other analysis that you might have, and commissioners for the questions in this session today, and the Secretariat for organising things. This has been one of those days where we have been overrunning consistently, apart from one session. So we are going to begin the next session at 4 o'clock. So thanks again to our guests and commissioners. If you wish to have a comfort break, we'll start again at 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, John.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, it's Kay here. I'm just having trouble with my video camera, and I've got 2 to choose from, and neither of them seem to want to work at the moment.
I see.
I'll just keep trying.
Okay. Well, as long as you can hear us, we've got some preliminaries to go through. So you can be sorting that out in the meantime. So Kay, John, I'm Kevin Hilton. I'm chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, and I'm joined by commissioners, as you can see on your screen, even if we can't quite see you yet. Before we get going, I'd like to introduce you to Adele Robinson, who's leading the Secretariat, just so that she can go through a little bit of housekeeping. Thanks, Adele.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm just going to take you through a little bit of the context of the Commission. So the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield. It was established to focus on 6 key themes. Those themes are education, health, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's the second day of the Civic Life and Communities hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report submitted to key stakeholders in Sheffield for action. You've been invited as key witnesses today to share your knowledge on the 5 key areas of the terms of reference of the Race Equality Commission. These 5 areas are racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think may be of use to the Commission, any knowledge of other approaches to race-related equality duties or frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe to be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. As witnesses, you're required to act as good faith, and by being here, we're assuming that that is so. For all those in attendance, please note that the hearing is being recorded and it will be available to people afterwards. Only commissioners here will be able to ask you questions, but any papers, minutes or non-confidential evidence that you've submitted will be available on the Commission's website afterwards. Can those in attendance please note to wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can commissioners and invited guests please introduce yourself before speaking. If commissioners have any questions, can they put them in the personal chat to me and I will send them on to the chair. And now I'd like to hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele. John and Kay, welcome. I'll be chairing the session today. I'm going to invite questions from commissioners shortly, but before I do, I wonder if you could say a little bit about yourself, your position, and perhaps offer us some of the highlights from your submission that we received recently. So who would like to lead on? Oh, yeah, over to you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting Archers Housing to provide some evidence. We're really grateful for the opportunity. So just to recap, you will have seen the background about our organisation in the submission paper. We're a social housing association that operates in Sheffield and Rotherham. We've got 52% of our customers identify as being from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. So obviously over half of our customers. I've been a board member at Archers since 2014 and I've been chair for almost 6 years. And I would flag that I didn't have any experience in the housing sector at all, so it's been quite a steep but very interesting learning curve for me. Our written submission, I think it contains quite a bit of evidence about how non-white British households tend to be disproportionately affected by low quality accommodation and fuel poverty. And I know that you've also, unfortunately I didn't see that, but you've been speaking to South Yorkshire Housing today. So I'm sure that you've got quite a lot of that background stuff from them as well. So, you know, there's obviously clear evidence and strong links between housing and physical and mental health and well-being, quality of accommodation, affordability, that real sense of security and being part of a community and belonging is really important. And I think our experience generally, and a lot of the background we put in our paper, is that people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities experience a lot poorer housing conditions overall. And I think that's certainly true in parts of Sheffield. I think just in terms of investment, I just saw an interesting fact that's not in our paper, which was from the Health Foundation, that was saying that for every £1 invested in housing, £2 is saved on other public service costs, including health, care and crime. So I think that's something I always kind of have in my mind, is that whatever is spent on housing is a good investment. So our background paper describes some of the historic housing experiences and some of the initiatives that were in place, particularly focused on kind of what were called BME housing associations in the past. And Archers Housing is still, along with about 40 others, a member of what's called BME National, where housing associations with that particular focus come together and share. And I think in our paper there was a link to the website and some of the history, a really interesting, I think, short history of BME housing associations in the UK. So if you've not had a chance to see that, I would urge you to just have a look at that, and it really makes clear why we're here. I think one of the things that we wanted to highlight, and it is in the paper, is just a few of the things that we think we could do better and do more of to help. I think, you know, we've got a new 5-year strategy that's mentioned in the paper, and we've got an explicit commitment in that 5-year strategy for 2021-26 to what we, I think, refer to in our supporting paper as levelling up. And I think we feel really strongly as a board that we've really made significant progress in terms of improving our overall customer satisfaction. But when we dig below the surface of that and get really into the finer details of the data, there's still clear differences between different customer groups, and some of the minority ethnic customers report much lower satisfaction with our services for some reason, and we really struggle in some cases to understand the exact reasons for that. And particularly because we have made significant investments in refurbishing our older properties and in the neighbourhoods where traditionally those groups tend to live in North Sheffield. So, you know, we're committed as a board to try and understand more about that and do more. But two particular areas we wanted to suggest we might be able to have a bigger impact on reducing racial inequalities in housing. One was about how we might collaborate better on the development of new affordable housing in certain areas of Sheffield. And I'll just say a little bit more about that. And then the other was how we might work together on a bolder and more strategic approach to regeneration in some of the neighbourhoods through collaboration and partnership, which I think John just wants to touch on. So very quickly, in terms of new development, I know it was very late in the day, so I don't know whether you've all had a chance to see, but we did send an extra little set of annexes to our submission. And Annex B, which we thought was particularly might be illuminating for you, was just to show where Archer's properties are located, and to see how we've kind of grown over the last 10 years and where that growth is. So you'll see from that we've had 365 new homes over the last 10 years, and of those 256 are in Rotherham, which is not where Archer's housing ever was. So we're nearly 50 years old, and for the first 40 plus years we were pretty much entirely in Sheffield, but new development has really been concentrated in Rotherham recently. And of the 100 new houses that we've added in Sheffield, 35 of those in the last 10 years just came from other associations, so what we call stock transfers. So I think what I'm trying to really illustrate by that is that despite our very best of intentions and having money to invest in new property, we've actually only been able to build 65 new homes in Sheffield in the last 10 years. So what we've done as well in the annex is we've tried to show you some photographs. So the last new homes we developed in Sheffield were 16 new houses on Catherine Street at Burngreave, very close to our office, and that was in 2015. And I suppose I would go as far as saying that I would say this, that they're the very best houses in that neighbourhood. And I think that's a great example of what can be achieved with that kind of collaborative approach. So they were built by Archers, but in collaboration or in partnership with the local authority and with Homes England. So there is grant money available from Homes England if we can work together. And we've had other successes like that in the past, but it's just at the moment we're finding it really difficult. So one of our asks would be, as part of our future development strategy, which we've committed to delivering 400 new homes over the next 10 years and committed to 20% of those. So at least 80 new homes in our core areas of Burngreave, Ellesmere, Tinsley and Darnall, and maybe Firth Park and Fir Vale. So we've got that commitment, but it's really difficult to achieve. So one of our big asks, or where we're suggesting that we could make a difference, would be to try and work better in collaboration with the City Council and others, and you know, see one another as partners and in collaboration rather than competitors. So I hope maybe we can pick up a bit on that. But John, did you just want to add quickly a bit about existing?
If I could, please, Kay. Yeah.
Sorry, John. Just before you come in, Kay, I just wonder if you could just clarify, why would you be in competition with the City Council?
I think it's in terms of sites and access to opportunities. So I think our experience more recently is that the council are doing a lot of development themselves and seem less, I don't know whether it's a capacity issue, less able, or whether, I don't know why, but it's much harder for us to engage. I think it feels to us, and this might be entirely wrong, so it would be good to hear kind of from the other side, but it feels to us they're entirely focused on kind of getting on with it themselves. Whereas I think, you know, there's plenty of space for us all, you know, the more of us that are in this, then the more and better development there can be. And sorry, I should just flag as well, because we're quite small, so Catherine Street is a good example, is 16 properties, and I think, you know, bigger associations or the local authority would not necessarily see that as being a viable option for them. So I think the Catherine Street, for example, was part of a collaborative approach to improving that area. So across from those houses was some wasteland. So as part of developing those houses, we also regrassed that area and turned it into a public open space, a small park. So that was all part of the same scheme that we put together. So the local authority were part of, I think, demolishing the houses that were there to start with. We were a partner in clearing and developing the site and the open space. And by working together with us, we are able to access grants as well from Homes England. In some cases. So it's kind of, by working in partnership, you get more than the, you know, it's that kind of greater than the sum of the parts thing. And we are doing that quite successfully in Rotherham at the moment, but for whatever reason, we've not achieved anything in Sheffield for 6 years. And the pipeline of new development that we've got already kind of secured for the next couple of years of 70 odd new properties, they're entirely in Rotherham. We have 0 in Sheffield at the moment. So it's going to be at least 8 years without us developing anything in Sheffield.
Okay. John, you were about to come in a few minutes ago.
Just to follow on Kay's point.
John, could you introduce yourself?
Sorry, commissioners. Yeah, my name's John Hudson. I'm the Director of Operations at Arches Housing Association. I just wanted to follow up on something before I move on to something that I want to just pick up very quickly. Is I think that this isn't about being overly negative with the local authority at all, and we, on the whole, have a good relationship with them as a partner. But I think sometimes they're missing the opportunity to be a strategic housing authority and sometimes focus on internal growth of council housing stock there's some unintended consequences of some of that, and some of that is partnering with providers and other agencies in areas where you know, that's their heartland. So, you know, I would say we are very deep rooted in Burngreave, Pittsmore, Firth Park, Tinsley, Darnall, and I, you know, organisationally, that's where we would like to be. That's where we would like to be building the next 40 Ellesmere Road houses. That, if anybody knows Burngreave, is quite close to Green at Burngreave Road. They were the first Code 5 sustainable homes in the city that we built. 80% and less energy bills, 50% more, 50% energy efficient, and effectively we want to do more of that stuff. You know, we have the capacity to do lots more of that in North and East Sheffield, and whilst you're focusing on your own housing stock and growing that, you can't possibly have that broader strategic view of the housing market, which I think is lacking sometimes, and opportunities are being missed, I think.
Okay.
But I didn't want to focus on that, actually. I was just picking up on Kay's point. I just wanted to bring, sort of make the point to commissioners that as well as existing stock, we are also very, very focused on, as well as new homes, we're very, very focused on our existing stock. So we know that Black and minority ethnic communities tended to settle in inner city areas with older housing stock, and we have housing stock in that areas, and a lot of our customers are from that heritage. And as older stock, it takes an awful lot of money to maintain and keep in a good state of repair. And over the last 3 years, we've invested £7.5 million in keeping that housing stock in good repair. And we developed something 3 years ago called the Arches Home Standard with our customers, which was an enhanced home standard that met their needs, as well as something called the diversity matrix that I know that you'll have seen in our submission, that looks at things like space for dishwasher, more space for a cooker for larger families, extra ventilation in kitchens, different types of flooring in bathrooms, so that you know, if bathing causes extra water splashage, it doesn't cause any problems in bathrooms. And we've spent £7.5 million investing in that stock to bring that to that new standard. And we're just coming, had it not been for the pandemic, we'd have done that we'd have finished that in March, but that programme runs for another year. And that's where our focus has been, I would say, since 2017. It's been around that and around investing in existing stock as well as new stock. Because we also know that households, and I don't need to tell you this, that households from Black and minority ethnic communities likely live in overcrowded houses, are more likely to live in the private rented sector, which is unregulated and has higher rents, is more likely to have experience damp, and is more likely to live in a greater degree of fuel poverty. We know all of that stuff. So our investment in our existing stock and our investment in our developments, you know, some of the objectives of that development programme and that investment programme is to alleviate some of those issues in those neighbourhoods. I'm going to leave it there, really, and open it up.
Thank you. That's very helpful, John. That's very helpful. I'd like to introduce you to my colleague Shahida. Shahida, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John, Kay, good afternoon. My name's Shahida Sadiq. I'm the Chief Executive of Faith Star and Diversity Development Trust, and I wear a number of different hats in the city. I'm just very conscious of time, so I'm just going to get straight into the questions, if that's all right, John and Kay. I read your evidence with quite a lot of interest, and sort of developed a number of questions for you. And one of the questions I'd really like to sort of get a bit of nuanced understanding about is you identify in your evidence as a BME organisation through your membership of the BME National. So could you explain a little bit more about what makes you a BME housing association in order to give you access to the BME National body?
Shall I start, John, and then?
Yes.
Maybe? Okay, thanks, Ida. I think you'll have seen the evidence about how there was a particular, and I think Shruti will know this really well, how there was a particular movement in the past to have dedicated BME housing associations, which stem from the difficulties that people coming to Britain found in terms of getting somewhere to live, basically. So the housing associations were created very specifically for a certain kind of customer group who were experiencing big difficulties. But there wasn't anything like that in Sheffield, despite best efforts. And because of the areas that Archers was operating in, we kind of ended up with that badge in a way, in a slightly more informal way. I think, you know, the paper describes what's kind of happened over the years in some detail. And I think where we are now is that we do have a discussion quite often at our board as to whether we should have that BME badge or not. And we're very clear, and it's very clear in our strategic objectives, that actually it's about treating all of our customers as individuals. And meeting individual needs. So, you know, just because two people maybe have a Pakistani heritage, it doesn't mean that they absolutely want exactly the same thing and they've got the same needs. So as a board, we're very clear that, and the staff, very clear that we shouldn't put people in kind of boxes like that. We treat everybody as an individual. But as John said, there are certain kind of characteristics, for want of a better word, that mean that people from certain backgrounds would like certain features in their accommodation, or certain sort of focuses around the service. So, you know, we don't carry that badge with us all the time. We really want to focus on individuals, but we do still kind of keep within that BME national group, because it's really helpful to us to share. And as we said at the beginning, we've got more than 50% of our customers are from, are from non-white British households. John, I don't know if there's anything to add.
I'll very briefly just come in here as well. I think the distinction between Archers and almost every other member of BME National and most BME housing associations is that we're not a BME-led housing association, and we weren't formed in the same way that other BME housing BME housing associations were formed. We weren't formed directly in a response to support a particular community group. Arrow at Walton in Manchester, Manningham in Bradford, Unity in Leeds. We were set up in response to a challenge to some of the terrace streets and the slum areas of Sheffield, and our founders were opposed to demolition. At that time, there was a degree of diversity in those neighbourhoods, and that diversity has changed over time, and therefore our customer profile has changed over time. And we almost fell into the BME Housing Association for Sheffield for the reasons that Kay alluded to earlier. And we feel it's important to remain a member of BME National, because actually it's a really important lobbying piece. It has direct input into government, into policymakers, and 52% of our customers are non-white, and we think that's an important forum for us to be a part of. We're a little bit of an outlier in BME National for all of those reasons. Not to say that we don't still think it's important for us to be involved in it.
And do you think it's problematic? I mean, you touched on it, the fact that you're not a BME-led organisation, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But however, when you talk about in context of 52% of your customers and service users are from Black, Asian, minority ethnic communities, how does that lack of representation and diversity within your staff and board structure, for example, how does that speak to those communities? Because I think, again, it's about
a culture and an environment within your organisation that can authentically speak to the needs of those communities. So whilst I accept that you're trying to certainly respond to individual needs and not pigeonhole people, how can that be more authentic within your organisation if it's a sort of people and human resources level, you're not necessarily representative of the people that you serve?
So I think we recognise that there's a desire for us to better reflect the communities that we operate in, and I think we've made some advancements in that in recent years. So we are at now, I think 30% of our staff are from Black and minority ethnic background, 33% of our board, 33% of our leadership. So I think we're on the way to achieving that alignment, and it's absolutely a focus internally for us. And I think it doesn't stop us from talking to our customers. I genuinely think that, you know, our staff, you know, we've got a lot of long-standing staff who've been here a long time and know a lot of our residents very, and we're small enough that we can do that. 1,300 units, 900 of them in Sheffield, 600 or 700 of them within walking distance of the office in Burngreave. We know a lot of our customers well. Our office is a bit of a hub when it's open. So it's not lost on us that we're not wholly representative, in that we don't absolutely match the demographics of our customers. I don't think that it wholly makes our engagement with them unauthentic.
Okay, thank you for that, John. I just want to pick up on a question on something that Kay talked about earlier in terms of your sort of future developments. And I know, Kay, you talked about it'll be probably about another 8 or 10 years for some of the new properties to be developed in Sheffield, and at least 20% of them, which equates to about, I think you said, 80 new houses, which you're hoping to develop in the northeast of Sheffield, and you mentioned some of those areas. By the next census, the Black, Asian, minority ethnic communities in Sheffield will be 25% of the overall demographic and population of Sheffield. Do you think that 20% is reflective of the needs of the housing needs of those communities? Because yes, that might be 80 new properties, but when we talk about extended families, when we talk about the growth in those geographical areas, Fir Vale, Burngreave, Pittsmoor, Darnall, Tinsley that you mentioned, do you think 80 houses is necessarily going to, I mean, as far as I can see, that's just the tip of the iceberg, but how are we going to ensure a fairness and equity in future developments when, to me, 20% really doesn't hit it? How have you come to that 20% figure?
I mean, that was a firm commitment because the board were very concerned that, as I've said earlier, all the new development was outside of Sheffield. So, sorry, when I said 8 years, that's 6 years until now. And then the pipeline that we have for the next 2 years is not in Sheffield. So we could start something now if we could find a suitable opportunity. And there's no reason why, you know, nearly all of the 400 properties were not in Sheffield. But I think that was the board really just putting down a marker that we had concerns that we were moving away from our roots. And I think the challenge is that, you know, we want to provide more and better homes. And if they could be in those areas we've just discussed, then everybody would be absolutely delighted. But if that is so difficult, then we don't want to not do anything because we're finding that difficult. So as I said before, you know, Rotherham, when I say Rotherham, we've got quite a lot at Waverley. And, you know, we've had a lot of success there. Interestingly, I think John might tell better than me, but there's an anecdote from the office when staff were discussing this very particular point. And some of our staff from different backgrounds said, why are we talking about Burngreave? Because, you know, I aspire to live elsewhere. I don't want to necessarily, you know, don't assume that because of my background and because of where I come from that I want to carry on living there. I would love to live somewhere like Waverley, you know. So I think we find as a board there are some sort of slight kind of well, some interesting discussions go on around that. And we sort of see the need to kind of try and get a balance in what we do. So as I say, the 20% was an absolutely kind of red line for us, saying we must do that. And I suppose the other thing I should just add is that one of the other factors is the kind of affordability or the return on investment of properties in some of the areas we're talking about. Because obviously for us to develop more new homes, we need to get some return on investment, and the more return we get, then the more new homes, and you get that virtuous cycle. But as a board, we've recognised that in some cases we will need to build homes in those areas where we don't get a good return on investment, and it's going to kind of cost us money. So there is a slight caution around some of that. But, you know, we as a board, we would do much more if we could.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kate. I mean, it's interesting you pick up on the point of sort of aspirational and social mobility within Black, Asian, minority ethnic communities, and not necessarily just kind of assuming people want to live in those areas. But I think there is something about also, you know, what kind of research or actual engagement has been done with communities to meet housing needs where they actually want them, as opposed to, like you say, perspectives and perceptions of where people think communities want those housing. And I think that's something in terms of research that we've seen very little of in terms of aspiration and social mobility. So yeah, that's an interesting take on it. I just want to come back, you mentioned about the council and sort of collaboration and partnership working, and John, you mentioned about sort of lost opportunities. And I think that's something that's very indicative of the Northeast in terms of lost opportunities on a whole range of different things. I won't go into a mini rant about that, but I do want, I'd sort of like to kind of explore that partnership working a little bit. And I know that the Sheffield City Council's 2003 BME housing strategy, they had an objective which was to work in partnerships with new and existing BME housing organisations and mainstream RSLs to deliver culturally appropriate services and schemes. How is that relationship, or, you know, trying to meet, I know it's going back to 2003, but how has Archers found working in partnership with the council to try and meet that objective?
I guess I'm going to try and be as sort of constructive as I can. I don't recognise that as something that happens in practice. It doesn't really happen. You know, the discussion around that strategy and actions from it don't really happen. We had a conversation, I recall, a couple of years ago, where I think Kay may recall this as well. There was a discussion at the board around the time of are we a BME association? Are we, you know, because originally there was some discussion around our board about the council wanted us to be the BME Housing Association in Sheffield. So I recall we had a conversation with the council around, well, if we are the BME Association for Sheffield, how does that work in practice? You know, how do we help grow and deliver? And it was there was nothing really forthcoming back. You know, it was fairly well recognised that the council didn't really have a view actually anymore of whether we were or whether we weren't, and we should just take a view of what we think is best for us.
Mm-hmm. And what about what was best for communities? I mean, in terms of community housing needs in those areas, was there any conversation with the council about how to develop some of those community housing assets in those areas? Or you mentioned about the sort of struggle and competition for sites that has kind of squeezed you out, but that then also has an adverse effect on those communities, and kind of what has been the dialogue with the council in relation to that?
So the council published, you may well know this, something called a Strategic Housing Needs Assessment, and in that they identify the types of homes that are needed in those areas and when they'll be needed and that kind of thing. That's probably about as far as that dialogue goes, I think, in terms of the needs of the communities and housing types. We tend to be driven by our local intelligence and what we know about the neighbourhoods that we operate in, your Tinsleys, your Darnells, your Burngreaves, and then we will have a look at the strategic housing needs assessment. But that guides us to some degree, but we're largely driven by what we know about the communities in which we operate, and what we hear from them is what is needed, and that's really what drives our discussion. I think the broader strategic housing needs assessment, the council drive a lot of that, because they drive a lot of development. It's, you know, it's either through the housing company or it's growth of their own social housing stock itself.
Yeah, thank you for that, John. And you mentioned about sort of local intelligence and sort of listening to local community needs. And I know that you know, Archers has been around for, as you say, nearly 30 years. What do you feel? What difference do you feel that you've made to the areas that you're operating in and to those communities?
So I think we have done a number of things. So I think we have retained and maintained a lot of older housing stock and maintained it at significant cost to a very good standard on the whole, where either other housing associations have exited completely. And I can give you some examples of where we are the anchor landlord. So Page Hall is a good example. I'm sure everybody, or a lot of people, know about Page Hall. A lot of commissioners know about Page Hall. Page Hall's been a bit of a struggle for us, because we are very, very mindful of how we were formed and the reasons that we were formed. And we have a number of areas where the housing stock is okay, but the quality of the neighbourhood and the environment is not okay. And we recognise that something needs to be done about that. Well, Page Hall, I'll stick to Page Hall because that's a good example. Page Hall used to have 3 or 4 housing providers who were landlords there. There's now us left. We're the only landlord left. Every other housing association has exited, sold their housing stock largely to private landlords, and we're now the only landlord left. We are very clear. We may withdraw from an area, or a landlord may withdraw from an area, but the community doesn't withdraw from that area, and we don't want to be the last person to switch the lights off on our way out, and we really don't want to be that. And Page Hall is a really good example of where we have 48 properties. Our customers tell us, I think the satisfaction with quality of home is something like 79%. So generally our customers think the quality of the inside of their home is okay, but the quality of their neighbourhood, they rank at 42. That's by far the lowest satisfaction level of any neighbourhood that we have. But we don't want to exit. We're very clear about that. We don't want to exit, but we want to see a longer term view and vision for that neighbourhood. So there's quite a lot of community cohesion efforts going on around there at the moment. Everybody knows about the tensions that's been ongoing in Page Hall for a while. We're a part of that. We're a part of that. What we'd like to see, and we've had conversations with the local authority about, is and we've had very frank conversations with the local authority about, we don't want to exit, but ultimately we don't see this as a long-term, in its current way. We can't continue to accept our customers being as unhappy as they are in this area, but we don't want to exit. So we want to work with you to master plan, create a master plan. We'll contribute to it. You know, we'll do, you know, if it's redevelopment, we'll do some of that stuff. But we kind of want to see a longer-term vision, and we've kind of give the local authority a bit of space to come back to us on it, because they kind of said, oh, we've got some other priorities, Gleedless, the Manor, others, but we know that it's an issue and we're going to come back to you. And we haven't really seen a great deal of movement on that. I'd say probably in the last 18 to 24 months, we're getting to the point where we're going to have the conversation again with the local authority to say, kind of 2 years on now, where have you got to with your views and your master plan? Kay, I don't know if, as a board member, I don't know if you want to come in and talk a little bit about Page Hall and that area from your perspective as a board member.
Not only to say that from a board perspective, it's kind of an annual thing that comes up about once a year, and we say, you know, we need to have another effort to try and resolve this, because as John said, it feels very much like firefighting, and you know what happens with firefighting, as soon as you stop, then you know the flames ignite again. So you know, as a board, we did make what we felt was a really big commitment, because Archers, it's only between 25 and 30 staff, you know, depending you know exactly when, but we did commit to putting the money in to pay for a person that was dedicated to working in partnership with others on Page Hall, and we kind of got the, well, we'll let you know, thanks for the offer, we'll let you know, and I think that was another, we feel like we want to play our part and do our best and commit resources, but it feels very hard to kind of be let into that. And I think it's great if others are saying, you know, leave it with us and we'll sort it out. If that actually happens, then fantastic, you know, but if it's just a kind of block and we're not making any progress, then that feels really difficult. So the board are eternally kind of challenged about whether we should stay there and try and do the best we can as a responsible landlord, or whether, as John said, you get to the point when you say, you know, we just can't accept this anymore and we've tried our best, and you know, we need to throw in the towel and put our resources somewhere else.
But I just want to explore that a little bit, because is that about Archers going, we, you know, when you think about the fact that you've been there for nearly 30 years and you know the way in which you've tried to address structural inequalities and the impact that that's had in that area, you know, and bearing in mind it is in the top 10 most deprived areas in the country, that for me there's kind of two things coming at me here listening to you. One is, you know, Arch is looking at this saying we can't do this by ourselves, we need partners, we need people to collaborate with and work with us on this, and then therefore why is that not happening? Because unless that happens, you can't address structural inequalities. So that's one thing. But the other thing is about, if you're a responsible landlord and from a moral and ethical perspective, you know, walking away from those 48 properties and that then going to private unregulated landlords is going to impact 48 families and that whole area yet again. So it's another layer of inequality. It's another layer of deprivation being applied to that community. So whilst I certainly don't, and please don't take this as a criticism, whilst I certainly don't envy that really difficult position you're in, what do you think Archers could do in terms of trying to address both those issues? One, I appreciate the board have kind of put a marker down to say we're here for the meantime, but I understand that's not financially sustainable. So what could you do differently in terms of partnership working with the council to really address some of those issues? But more importantly, what could you do differently with the communities in that area to address things differently and not necessarily wait for a response from others? Either one of you.
So I'll come in,
John,
and maybe Kate will come in afterwards. I think it's important to set the context of our place in Page Hall. There must be 250 properties in Page Hall, and we've got 48 of them. So we're not a majority landlord, but we are a responsible social landlord, and we think it's important that we play our part. It's really the role of a strategic housing authority to take a view of a housing market failing or not, and then work with others and listen to others about what they think should happen in that market. And I guess my point would go to the root of some of my opening remarks, which is the authority isn't strategic enough in its assessment of its housing markets and where they're failing and what to do next. Because it's not just about the Page Halls of today, it's about the Page Halls of tomorrow, and there's a lot of them coming down the line. So Grimesthorpe is not that far behind Page Hall. Tinsley, I think, is 5 or 10 years behind Page Hall. There are challenges that we need to think about today to deal with tomorrow, and that's I think where the gap is there's that strategic view isn't there. We can play our part as an individual. Let me be clear, it will be with gritted teeth and against everything that any of us stand for to walk away from Page Hall. That, you know, we will have failed if we dispose of stock in Page Hall and we exit it. We'll have failed, and nobody will have thought that that was a good day at the office. But ultimately, we need to take a view of, you know, of the stock that we have and the neighbourhood in which it is, and how, because it's structural stuff. It's not anything that we can tackle on our own. And that's where that partnership is needed, and we need the local authority to really take a leadership role in that, and that's lacking, I think. And you know, and it's not for the want of trying on our part. We haven't sat back and said, well, we'll follow the likes of the other 4 housing associations, and when these properties become empty, because that's how it would happen. We wouldn't absolutely sell properties that were tenanted to private landlords. That would be absolutely irresponsible, and we'd never do that. But when the properties become empty, and they become empty quite often because of the neighbourhood in which they are in, some of them turn over twice a year. Ultimately, that's how that would happen. But we are knocking at the door, wanting to help find the solution and put our hands in our pocket to help deliver the solution. It's just a little bit like the door's shut in our face.
Do you think, I mean, obviously we've talked about diversity and representation in your staff and your board, and do you think that having more leadership and representation that reflects diverse communities in Sheffield, particularly within housing leadership, could help to kind of encourage or enable this conversation to take place? Because I think sometimes not hearing directly from those communities as well, having that voice and influence to be able to go into, be able to influence any kind of housing strategy. Is that something that Archers might want to consider in terms of increasing its diversity, not just on its board and its staff, but with actual encouraging, whether it, I don't know, it could be through Ment, it could be through a whole range of different schemes, but encouraging housing leadership from diverse communities to have really strong voice and influence on behalf of those communities?
I think it's a sector issue. I don't just think it's a housing. I don't just think it's an Archers issue. And I think actually, largely we outperform the sector in that area. But as I've said in my earlier evidence, that I think we've still got some way to go. Just to give you some background for this area, Page Hall, the housing officer is from a Black and minority ethnic background. The housing manager is from a Black and minority ethnic background, and the head of housing is from a Black and minority ethnic background. So we're not talking about white British staff going to talk to cultural tenants with no understanding of that. But I think at a leadership level, both in Archers and within the sector, there's a lot more work to do. But that's not something that we can change overnight. We recognise that, and when those vacancies arise, our whole approach to recruitment has changed significantly, I would say, over the past 2 years, with an absolute drive to capture the broadest and most diverse candidate set that we can possibly capture. And we go out of our way to do that. And I think in our evidence, I think we talked about, you know, that there's been a significant increase in diversity of workforce over the past couple of years as a direct consequence, as a direct result of that kind of approach.
Yeah, thank you,
So
Kay.
could I just add, so Shahida, I don't know if you remember, but I'm a trustee at VAS as well, at Voluntary Action Sheffield, and I did join in a session that you spoke at, that was jointly facilitated about race and governance. And since then we've had 2 more sessions, in fact earlier this week. So we're very keen to join with others in the city to look at how we can help to develop people to become board members and trustees, and be able to give them that experience. So we had a session earlier this week with the Accountable Care Partnership about their mentoring schemes and things. So both myself and John are kind of actively involved in trying to make that happen. I think because the difficulty we've found is that so far, in order to try and increase the diversity of our board Archers, we've employed what you might call headhunters to help us with that. But as I was saying at VAS earlier this week, it doesn't feel like, you know, we've still got that real lived experience from the communities that we serve, and actually trying to find people who, you know, would want to be on the board and have the confidence to be on the board and contribute. It's really difficult. So we are kind of on a bit of a mission at the moment to try and do something about that. But we realise that, you know, it's probably going to be a couple of years before that comes to fruition.
Yeah, and I think that kind of leadership development of the leadership pipeline from Black and Asian minority ethnic communities for far too long in the city has happened in a very unstructured ad hoc way without any real support or pathways for people to get into those positions. I mean, actually just again, I can only talk from my own lived experience, but you know, I've never been invited to a table. I broke the door down and sat at the table, or I've gone and created my own table. So you know, there is something there about how do we, you know, particularly in leadership positions, and when we're developing strategies, whether it's a housing strategy, education, you name it, whatever, when we're talking about strategies that impact directly communities, the most worrying thing is we don't have those communities represented or being part of that decision-making process. Sorry, Kevin.
No, I think you've made that point. I think that point's well made. Yeah. I'm just conscious of time, and I know that I have a few questions that others would like to ask. Shahida, is it okay for us to move to an open session just for the last few minutes? Or
yeah, absolutely, yeah. Chair. I think I've asked all the questions that we had. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've got a couple of questions. You've talked quite a bit about Page Hall in particular, and that's been very useful, very helpful. Have you had any impact in terms of, you know, this is a new term on me. I've heard it a few times this week. Place shaping in Burngreave, and what do you have anything to tell us about your work in Burngreave, for example, or any other area that has a higher density of Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic populations?
So we're not a local authority landlord. We don't have lots of estates. We have quite dispersed stock in a lot of areas, so we play our part in smaller regeneration projects.
Yes.
So you know, there's lots of them, particularly in Burngreave, where we were involved in the HMRF and the enveloping schemes in when it was New Deal. Kay's referred to the Catherine Street scheme. There's the Heart of Burngreave scheme. There's the other scheme that we've not absolutely driven the place shaping, but we've been a pivotal partner in making that happen. And you know, you only have to go down Burngreave Road to see the impact that we've had in Burngreave with new developments, replacement of older terraced houses with new more modern family housing with front and back gardens.
Yes.
And you know, things like the Code for Sustainable Homes stuff in it back in the bottom of Burngreave as well.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you just one more question, and this is about your own vision for the areas that you work in, and the impact you hope to have in the medium to long term. Is that something you can share with us?
So I think we have a number of long-term priorities around providing safe homes, providing services that meet the needs of our customers in terms of support. We want our homes to be carbon zero by 2038, I think it is. We want to be a well-run business, and we want to develop, and ideally we want to develop in Sheffield. I think if you take that down to a neighbourhood level, what we want to do is do three things in each neighbourhood really well, and we want those to be linked to what our priorities for our customers, either what our customers tell us, or what our intelligence tells us, or what the broader intelligence says, whether that be you know, the council's health and wellbeing strategy, whether that be census information, whether that be stuff that we know around domestic abuse, be it being pockets of domestic abuse in a certain area. And we want to do 3 things, and we want to do them really well. And we want our customers to know what we're doing and where we're up to with that. And that's what our customers have told us their priorities are. So about 18 months ago, we did a mass consultation with our customers where we spoke to 257 customers personally, not a form, not anything else. Our staff went and spoke to 257 customers, and they told us 3 things. They told us, we want you to be a really good landlord, we want you to keep your promises, and we want you to do things when you say that you're going to do them. And they're the things that are important to us. So they're the things that are important to us as a landlord, and that's what we see as our long-term vision.
Well, thank you, and I think that's a good point for us to end on, John and Kay. It feels like we've been talking for a lot longer, but an hour has flown by, and it's been really helpful for us. And thanks for your submission and your offer of general support for the Commission, and don't be surprised if you hear from us again, but also, you know, don't be backwards in coming forwards if you need to contact the Commission either. So thank you very much for your attendance today, and Commissioners, thank you for your your attendance in this session, for the whole day of activity, and the Secretariat for keeping everything logistically organised in the background. So everyone, thanks a lot. I think we'll draw this session and the day to a close, and we'll speak again soon. And don't forget, we've got business and employment briefings next week. So have a break and this evening, and we'll speak soon. Thanks everyone. Thanks, Kay and John. Thanks, all the best.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.